The moon hung low over the restless waves of the Aegean Sea, its light stretching across the water like a trembling thread. On the jagged cliffs of the farthest edge of the world, a strange stillness clung to the air, broken only by the distant calls of seabirds. Beneath the surface, deeper than light could reach, the ancient powers stirred. They were older than Olympus, older than the first spark of mortal life, primordial forces woven from chaos and salt. From this abyss, she came. Medusa's birth was no ordinary moment. Her cries pierced the underworld silence as the sea itself seemed to shudder. The union of her parents, Phorcys and Ceto, beings of the deep unknown, was one of mystery, their offspring destined to bridge the human and the monstrous. Medusa was unlike her sisters, Steno and Euryale, whose immortal forms glistened with scaled perfection. While they bore the timeless mark of divinity, Medusa's tiny, fragile body held something else entirely. She was mortal, breakable, and unbearably alive. Even as an infant, her presence was magnetic, her features softer than those of her siblings. There was no hint of the monstrous future she would inherit. The gods had whispered among themselves about this anomaly, a mortal born into a family of unyielding power. To them, her life seemed a mistake, a fluke of creation. But the fates spun their threads, indifferent to whispers and judgments, and Medusa's thread burned golden against the duller strands of the ordinary. The sea nurtured her as she grew, waves curling at her feet like loyal companions, and the wind sang lullabies only she could hear. Phorcys, her father, watched her with a wary eye, knowing too well how the mortal gods of Olympus could hunger for a life so unique. Her mother, Ceto, was a towering presence, her voice like a storm breaking over the horizon. But for all their ancient wisdom, they couldn't shield Medusa from the vulnerability that came with being mortal. The first time she saw her reflection, she gasped. Her hair caught the sun's glow like spun gold, and her green eyes held the clarity of unbroken glass. She was radiant in a way that even her immortal sisters could not emulate. They teased her for it, not out of cruelty but confusion. Beauty, they believed, was a fragile thing, and in their eternal forms, it held no real meaning. For Medusa, it was a strange gift, a blessing she never asked for but could not ignore. One day, as she played by the shore, a shadow fell over her. A single raven circled above, its cry sharp and accusing. Medusa felt a shiver course through her, as if the gods themselves had looked down to mark her place in the world. She didn't understand then what it meant to be mortal among immortals, to be seen as a fleeting spark in an endless night. She simply felt small, a girl in the vastness of something she could never fully grasp. Her sisters noticed the way the world seemed to hold its breath around her. Steno, ever protective, warned her against wandering too far from their home. "The mortal gods are fickle," she said, her voice laced with a quiet tension. "They take what they want, and they leave ruin behind." Euryale, wild and free, laughed at the warning. "Let them come," she said. "Let them see what it means to face us." But Medusa wasn't like her sisters. She didn't crave confrontation or chaos. She craved something else, something she couldn't name. At night, she would sit on the cliffs, her legs dangling over the edge, and watch the stars. Each one seemed like a secret, a mystery waiting to be understood. The salt wind would whip her hair, and she would close her eyes, letting the weight of existence press against her chest. It was both comforting and unbearable. As the years passed, whispers of her beauty reached the ears of gods and mortals alike. Travelers spoke of the girl whose presence could halt the winds and silence the sea. Some claimed she was a goddess in disguise, others a trap laid by the fates. The stories grew wild, twisting into shapes that no longer resembled the girl who still watched the stars and wondered if they watched her back. One evening, while the horizon bled orange and red, Medusa stood at the water's edge, her reflection rippling beneath her. A sudden gust of wind sent shivers down her spine, and she felt a presence behind her. Turning, she saw her mother's towering form, her eyes dark as the deep sea. "Medusa," Ceto said, her voice heavy with something unnamed, "the world will not be kind to you." Medusa didn't understand. "Why not?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm she felt brewing in her mother's gaze. Ceto's answer was silence, a silence that stretched between them like the space between the stars. It was the kind of silence that carried truth too heavy for words. The next day, Medusa awoke to find her mother gone, her absence a wound that bled into every corner of their home. Her father's gaze hardened, and her sisters whispered among themselves, their voices laced with a fear they didn't want her to hear. Medusa didn't ask questions, she didn't need to. She could feel the shift, the way the air seemed thinner, the way her name carried an unfamiliar weight when spoken. And so, Medusa grew, caught between the mortal and the divine, between the beauty that marked her and the curse she had yet to meet. The world around her whispered her name with awe and fear, but she remained the girl who sat on the cliffs and counted stars, not knowing how soon they would begin to fall. The Aegean winds howled through the jagged cliffs, carrying the cries of seabirds that seemed more mournful than joyous. Beneath the harsh skies, three figures stood as sentinels on the edge of the world. To mortal eyes, they were myths come alive, the Gorgons, ancient beings whose names struck fear even into the hearts of gods. Yet they were more than the shadows painted in half-remembered tales. They were flesh, blood, and sorrow carved into legend. Steno, the eldest, radiated an untamed ferocity. Her presence was like a thunderstorm, raw, inevitable, and commanding. Her golden skin glistened like burnished metal, and her eyes blazed with the fire of an unyielding soul. Beside her was Euryale, the wild-hearted, her laughter sharp as broken glass and her voice echoing with the songs of 1,000 winds. Her movements were fluid, a dance that defied both earth and sky. Together, they were immortal, untouchable, bound only to each other and the untamed chaos from which they were born. And then, there was Medusa. Mortal. Beautiful. Fragile. The sisters lived at the edge of a world that was as cruel as it was vast, surrounded by treacherous seas and untamed wilds. Their sanctuary was an island wreathed in fog, a place where the sun's light seemed muted, as if even Helios dared not intrude too boldly. The land pulsed with an ancient power, its jagged rocks and twisted trees whispering of things older than Olympus itself. Here, the Gorgons carved out an existence that defied the natural order. Together, they hunted, danced, and fought, each clash a cacophony of fury and laughter. But beneath their shared joys was a quiet ache. Steno and Euryale bore the burden of eternity, their lives stretching endlessly into the unknown, while Medusa's mortal years flickered like a candle in the wind. They loved her fiercely, not because she was their sister, but because her mortality made her precious. It was this love that became their unspoken promise, to protect her from the world beyond their shores. The sisters were not strangers to the gods. Their very existence was a challenge to Olympus, a reminder of the primal forces that had come before. Zeus, with his thunderbolts and ambition, had little control over them. Poseidon, the lord of the seas, envied their freedom. And Athena, wise and vengeful, watched from her high perch, her calculating gaze ever fixed on Medusa. One evening, the sisters gathered beneath the open sky, the stars reflected in the still waters of a hidden lagoon. Steno stood at the water's edge, her expression as unyielding as the cliffs they called home. "Do you ever wonder," she began, her voice low and almost hesitant, "why the gods hate us so?" Euryale laughed, her wild curls catching the moonlight. "Because they fear what they cannot control. And we are the one thing they cannot leash." Medusa sat apart, her knees drawn to her chest as she traced patterns in the sand. "But why does it have to be this way?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "What have we done to deserve their hate?" Steno turned to her, her eyes fierce but not unkind. "You exist, Medusa. That is enough for them. The gods do not need reasons. They need excuses." The words lingered in the air, heavy and bitter. Medusa looked down at her reflection, the soft lines of her face rippling in the water. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw something else staring back at her, something darker, something she couldn't quite name. The Gorgons had not always been exiles. There was a time when their names were spoken with reverence, when they were seen as guardians of the ancient seas. Steno and Euryale remembered those days, though the memories felt like shards of a dream. The world had changed, and with it, so had the Gorgons' place in it. Now, they were hunted, feared, and misunderstood. But the island had its own way of remembering. The rocks bore marks of battles long forgotten, and the air hummed with the echoes of ancient songs. Steno often spoke of these things, her words weaving tales of a time when the Gorgons were protectors, not monsters. Euryale would laugh and say the past was nothing but dust, and Medusa would listen, her heart caught between longing and dread. On the rare nights when the wind calmed and the sea fell silent, the sisters would sit together, their voices blending into an eerie harmony. They sang of their beginnings, of Phorcys and Ceto, of the deep waters that had cradled them. The songs were both a comfort and a curse, a reminder of the roots they could never sever. And yet, for all their unity, Medusa felt the chasm between them growing wider with each passing year. Her mortal heart beat in a rhythm her sisters could not share, her flesh bore the marks of time they would never understand. She envied their invincibility, even as she feared it. To be mortal was to be vulnerable, but it was also to be alive in a way they never could be. One stormy night, as lightning split the sky and the air crackled with energy, Medusa stood at the edge of a cliff, her hair whipping around her face. The storm seemed to call to her, its fury matching the tempest in her heart. She felt the weight of her sister's gaze behind her, but didn't turn to meet it. "Come back inside," Steno called, her voice cutting through the wind. Medusa shook her head. "I need to feel this," she replied, her words barely audible over the roar of the storm. Euryale appeared beside her, her expression softer than usual. "The storm doesn't care," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "It will rage whether you stand here or not." Medusa looked at her, tears mingling with the rain on her face. "But I care," she said. "I can't stop feeling it." Euryale reached out and touched her shoulder, a rare gesture of tenderness. "You're not alone," she said. "Even if it feels that way, you're not." For a moment, the storm seemed to pause, as if holding its breath. In the years to come, Medusa would remember that night, not for the storm, but for the fleeting sense of belonging it gave her. A belonging that would soon be tested in ways she could never imagine. The mornings on the island were quiet, almost sacred. The first light of dawn painted the sky in gentle hues, and the sea, endless and unyielding, shimmered with a fragile stillness. Medusa loved these moments. They felt stolen, like a secret she could keep to herself. She would walk barefoot along the shore, the cool sand clinging to her feet, her heart at peace even if only for a little while. She wasn't like her sisters. Steno and Euryale were forces of nature, untouchable in their immortality. Their voices carried authority, their movements were swift and sure, and their emotions rarely wavered. Medusa, by contrast, felt too much. A misplaced kindness from her sisters could bring tears to her eyes, while the scorn of the world beyond their shores left a lingering ache she couldn't shake. It wasn't weakness, though she often feared it was humanity. Medusa's humanity was a tether, grounding her in a way that her sisters couldn't fully understand. Where they saw the island as a refuge, she saw it as a cage. She longed for something beyond the crashing waves and the rugged cliffs. She wanted to feel the warmth of a stranger's smile, to hear laughter that wasn't tinged with the weight of ancient sorrow. But such thoughts were dangerous, especially for her. Mortals were fragile, and gods were cruel. The world she dreamed of had no place for her. One afternoon, while her sisters hunted in the dense woods of the island, Medusa sat by a tide pool, watching tiny crabs scuttle across the rocks. She leaned closer, fascinated by the delicate movements of the creatures. Her reflection rippled on the surface of the water, and she caught herself staring, not at the crabs, but at her own face. Her beauty had been a constant in her life, a blessing and a curse all at once. Strangers spoke of it in hushed tones, and even her sisters couldn't deny the way it set her apart. But it didn't feel like a gift to her. Beauty brought attention, and attention brought danger. She had seen how the world consumed those it deemed beautiful, how admiration turned to possession. She didn't want to be admired, she wanted to be known. The tide pool reflected a face that was still and solemn, her green eyes wide and searching. She touched her cheek lightly, tracing the curve of her jaw. The softness of her skin felt foreign, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. "What is it that you see?" she whispered to her reflection, her voice trembling. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the tide crept closer to her feet. Her humanity showed in the way she craved connection, even with the smallest things. She talked to the birds that nested in the cliffs, laughed at the antics of sea otters, and found herself entranced by the stories the waves seemed to murmur at night. Her sisters teased her for it, calling her the little philosopher, but she could see the way their teasing was tinged with worry. They feared what her softness might cost her, and they weren't wrong to worry. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in fiery shades of orange and red, Medusa sat with Steno by a fire. The warmth of the flames flickered across their faces, but the air between them was heavy with unspoken words. "You think too much," Steno said, her voice steady and sure. Medusa smiled faintly, poking at the fire with a stick. "You think too little." Steno chuckled, a sound that was rare and fleeting. "Thinking won't change what we are." Medusa looked at her sister, her expression pained. "And what are we, Steno? Monsters? Exiles? Or just forgotten?" Steno's gaze softened, and for a moment, the unyielding strength she always carried seemed to falter. "We are what we need to be, Medusa," she said. "The world will call us monsters if it makes them feel safe. Let them. Their words mean nothing." "But they mean something to me," Medusa replied, her voice breaking. "I don't want to be feared. I don't want to be hated." Steno reached out and gripped her shoulder firmly. "Your humanity is a gift, Medusa, but it's also a burden. Don't let it crush you." The words stayed with Medusa long after the fire had burned out, echoing in her mind as she lay beneath the stars. She tried to sleep, but her thoughts wouldn't quiet. Her sisters could dismiss the world's judgment with a shrug, but she carried it like a stone in her chest. Was it selfish to want more? To want to be seen as something other than a monster? The stars above seemed closer that night, their light piercing through the darkness like 1,000 tiny promises. Medusa reached out as if she could touch them, her fingers brushing against nothing but air. She wondered if the gods ever felt small beneath this endless sky, or if their power made them blind to the beauty of it. The next morning, Medusa wandered to the temple ruins that stood in the heart of the island. The crumbling columns were wrapped in ivy, their once proud shapes now softened by time. She knelt before the shattered altar, her hands trembling as she traced the grooves carved into the stone. It was a place of silence, but it didn't feel empty. It felt alive with the weight of what had been. "Is it wrong to want more?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The wind stirred around her, carrying the faint scent of salt and wildflowers. It wasn't an answer, but it felt like someone was listening. Medusa closed her eyes, letting herself imagine a life beyond the island, a life where she could walk among others without fear, where her humanity wasn't a liability but a strength. The thought brought tears to her eyes. She wanted to believe it was possible, even as a part of her knew it wasn't. The world was cruel to those who were different, and Medusa was nothing if not different. Her humanity set her apart, but it also made her vulnerable. She was a contradiction, a mortal among immortals, a fragile soul in a world that worshipped power. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its golden light over the ruins, Medusa rose to her feet. Her heart ached with the weight of her longing, but she refused to let it break her. She wasn't sure what lay ahead, but she knew one thing: her humanity, as painful as it was hers. It was the one thing the world couldn't take from her. Not yet. The air was still, heavy with an unspoken tension that seemed to ripple through the trees and settle over the island like a shroud. Medusa stood at the edge of the ancient temple, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The sun was high, its golden rays turning the sea into a shimmering expanse of light, but she felt no warmth from it. Her heart beat with an unease she couldn't name, a gnawing sense that something was coming, something she couldn't escape. Athena. The goddess of wisdom and war had always loomed in Medusa's life like a distant storm cloud. Her name was spoken in reverent tones, her image carved into the stone walls of temples and painted onto the faces of warriors before battle. Athena was the favored one, the goddess who guided heroes and brought order to chaos. But to Medusa, she was something else entirely. She was a force, an idea made flesh, and her presence was both awe-inspiring and suffocating. Medusa's connection to Athena was a thread that stretched back to her earliest memories. The temple ruins at the heart of the island had once been a place of devotion to the goddess, a sanctuary where mortals came to seek her favor. Medusa had spent countless hours wandering among the crumbling columns, her fingers brushing against the worn carvings of owls and olive branches. She had whispered prayers to Athena as a child, her voice trembling with the hope that the goddess might hear her, might see her. But Athena never answered. Still, Medusa couldn't shake the feeling that the goddess was watching her, an unseen presence that hovered at the edges of her life. It was a feeling that grew stronger with each passing year, until it became almost unbearable. She would catch glimpses of her own reflection and feel as though she were being studied, judged. It wasn't just the gods who noticed her beauty, her mortality, it was Athena herself. And that attention felt like a weight pressing down on her chest. One afternoon, as Medusa sat in the shadow of the temple, her sisters found her there. Steno, with her piercing gaze, crouched beside her, while Euryale leaned against a fallen column, her expression unreadable. "You're restless," Steno said, her voice matter-of-fact. Medusa nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Euryale smirked, her wild curls catching the sunlight. "You've been spending too much time here," she said, gesturing to the ruins. "Athena isn't going to come down from Olympus and bless you, you know." "I don't want her blessing," Medusa said quietly, her voice tinged with something sharper than she intended. "I just want her to leave me alone." Her sisters exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them. Steno's jaw tightened, and she placed a hand on Medusa's shoulder. "Athena doesn't leave people alone, little sister," she said. "She chooses her favorites, and she uses them. That's the way it's always been." Euryale's smirk faded, replaced by a rare seriousness. "You should be careful," she said. "The gods don't see the world the way we do. They don't care about us, not really. They care about power, about control. And you're different." Medusa looked at her sisters, their immortal faces etched with concern, and felt a pang of loneliness so acute it made her chest ache. She didn't want to be different. She didn't want to be noticed. But it was too late for that. That night, Medusa couldn't sleep. She lay beneath the open sky, the stars blazing like tiny flames above her, and felt the pull of the temple calling her. She rose silently, her bare feet brushing against the cool earth as she made her way through the woods. The air was thick with the scent of pine and salt, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. When she reached the temple, she hesitated at the threshold. The ruins seemed to hum with an energy that was both inviting and repellent. She stepped inside, her heart pounding in her chest, and knelt before the shattered altar. The moonlight poured through the cracks in the roof, illuminating the space in an otherworldly glow. "Athena," she whispered, her voice trembling. "If you're listening, why do you watch me? What do you want from me?" The silence that followed was deafening. Medusa clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "I don't want to be your favorite," she said, her voice rising. "I don't want to be anyone's favorite. I just want to live. Is that too much to ask?" Her words echoed through the temple, bouncing off the stone walls and fading into nothingness. Medusa sat there, her head bowed, her body trembling with anger and fear. She felt foolish for coming, for speaking to a goddess who had never answered her prayers. And then, the air shifted. It was subtle at first, a barely perceptible change in pressure, but it grew until the very stones seemed to vibrate with it. A light began to form above the altar, soft at first, but quickly growing brighter, more intense. Medusa's breath caught in her throat as the light coalesced into a figure, a tall, imposing woman with piercing gray eyes and a helm that gleamed like polished silver. Athena. The goddess looked down at Medusa, her expression unreadable. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. "You are bold to summon me," Athena said, her voice as sharp and clear as a blade. Medusa stared up at her, her heart racing. "I didn't summon you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I needed to understand." Athena's gaze softened, just slightly, and she stepped closer. "You are a curious one," she said. "Mortal, yet not. Beautiful, yet fragile. The world sees you as an object of desire, but I see something more." Medusa swallowed hard, her hands trembling in her lap. "What do you see?" she asked, her voice trembling. Athena smiled faintly, but there was no warmth in it. "I see potential," she said. "And that is both a blessing and a curse." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Medusa wanted to ask what she meant, to demand answers, but the light began to fade, and Athena's form dissolved into the shadows. The temple fell silent once more, leaving Medusa alone with her racing thoughts and the weight of the goddess's words. As she stumbled out of the ruins, the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon, Medusa felt a chill settle over her. Athena's attention was not a gift. It was a shadow, a presence that would follow her, shape her, and, she feared, destroy her. And in her heart, she knew this was only the beginning. The sea roared with a restless energy that mirrored Medusa's heart. The tides crashed against the rocky shores of the island as if in protest of the stillness that the night demanded. Medusa stood on the cliffs, the wind whipping her hair around her face, her arms wrapped tightly around her trembling frame. The stars above offered no comfort tonight, their cold light seemed a mockery of her isolation. She had hoped Athena's attention would fade, that the encounter in the temple was an anomaly, but the goddess's lingering presence weighed on her like an invisible chain. She could feel it even now, a faint hum in her chest that wouldn't let her forget. But tonight, something else stirred the air, something darker, more dangerous. Poseidon. The god of the sea had noticed her. His gaze was not like Athena's, it did not scrutinize or measure. It devoured. She had felt it during one of her solitary walks along the shoreline, a shift in the waves, the way the tide seemed to reach for her as she stepped away. At first, she had dismissed it as her own paranoia, but the feeling grew stronger with each passing day. His presence was in the salt that clung to her skin, and the way the sea seemed to whisper her name. Medusa had heard the stories of Poseidon's hunger, the way he claimed what he desired without hesitation. He was a force of nature, untamed and unrelenting. Unlike Athena, who wrapped her intentions in riddles and veiled threats, Poseidon's desires were raw, unapologetic. She hated it. Late that night, as she stood near the tide pools, the air grew unnaturally still. The rhythmic crash of the waves seemed to pause, as if the ocean itself was holding its breath. Medusa turned, her heart pounding. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, a primal warning that she was no longer alone. The water stirred, rising unnaturally high before it began to twist and writhe, forming a towering column of churning foam. From the depths emerged Poseidon, his form glistening like polished marble, his eyes the color of a stormy sea. Power radiated from him, the kind that made the earth tremble and the skies weep. He smiled, a sharp, predatory expression that sent a shiver down Medusa's spine. "You've caught my attention, little one," he said, his voice low and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. "Few mortals have ever done that." Medusa took a step back, her breath shallow. "I didn't ask for your attention," she said, her voice trembling but defiant. Poseidon tilted his head, amusement flickering in his gaze. "No, but it's yours nonetheless," he said. "You're different, Medusa. You burn brighter than the others. A beauty like yours isn't meant to go unnoticed." The words felt like a slap, their intent clear even as he spoke them with a casual arrogance. Medusa's hands curled into fists at her sides. "I don't want your flattery," she said sharply. "And I don't want anything from you." Poseidon's smile faltered, replaced by a glint of irritation. He stepped closer, the water beneath his feet rippling with his movement. "You speak boldly for someone so fragile," he said, his tone hardening. "But I'm not here for your permission." Medusa's chest tightened with fear, but she forced herself to meet his gaze. "Leave," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't belong to you." The god's laughter echoed across the shoreline, cold and unfeeling. "You think you have a choice," he said. "The gods take what they desire, Medusa. That's the way of the world." Before she could respond, he moved toward her, his presence overwhelming. Medusa stumbled back, her feet slipping on the wet rocks. She felt the cold spray of the sea against her skin, the taste of salt on her lips. Her mind raced, panic clawing at her as she realized there was no escape. But then, as Poseidon reached for her, a sharp, blinding light erupted between them. Medusa shielded her eyes, her heart hammering in her chest. When she opened them again, she saw Athena standing between her and the god of the sea, her expression fierce and unyielding. "Enough, Poseidon," Athena said, her voice ringing with authority. "You will not touch her." Poseidon scowled, his jaw tightening. "This is not your concern, Athena," he said. "Medusa is mortal. She's beneath your protection." Athena's eyes burned with a cold fury. "She is in my temple," she said. "And as long as she stands on this ground, she is under my protection." The tension between the two gods crackled like lightning. Poseidon's gaze flicked to Medusa, and she saw the frustration and anger simmering beneath his calm facade. But he didn't challenge Athena further. Instead, he stepped back, his form dissolving into the sea. "I'll be watching, Medusa," he said, his voice echoing as he vanished beneath the waves. The silence that followed was deafening. Medusa sank to her knees, her body trembling with relief and fear. Athena turned to her, her expression unreadable. "You should not have come here," the goddess said, her tone cold. "You've made yourself a target." Medusa looked up at her, tears streaming down her face. "I didn't ask for this," she said, her voice breaking. "I didn't ask for any of this." Athena's gaze softened, just for a moment. "No," she said quietly. "But it is your reality now." Without another word, the goddess turned and disappeared into the night, leaving Medusa alone once more. The waves resumed their endless rhythm, but they no longer brought her any comfort. She knew now that the world she longed for, the life of peace and freedom she had dreamed of, was farther away than ever. And Poseidon's words echoed in her mind, a chilling reminder that the gods were not finished with her yet. The temple lay in ruins around her, its once pristine columns reduced to jagged fragments that seemed to claw at the night sky. Moonlight spilled through the gaping cracks in the roof, casting eerie shadows that danced across the stone floor. Medusa knelt at the altar, her breath ragged, her body trembling with the weight of what had just transpired. Her skin still burned with the memory of Poseidon's presence, and her mind reeled from the confrontation that had left her feeling exposed and utterly powerless. The silence pressed down on her, heavy and suffocating. She wanted to scream, to cry out to the gods for answers, but she knew now that the gods were cruel. They were not protectors. They were not saviors. They were forces of chaos, wielding their power without thought for the lives they shattered in the process. Her fingers dug into the cold stone of the altar as anger bubbled up within her. It was an anger born of betrayal, of despair, of a profound injustice she could neither understand nor escape. She had never wanted to be noticed, never sought the favor of the gods. All she had ever desired was a quiet life, free from their meddling. But they had found her, singled her out, and now her world was falling apart. As the weight of her thoughts threatened to crush her, a cold breeze swept through the temple, extinguishing the small flame that flickered on the altar. Medusa froze, her breath catching in her throat. The air grew thick, charged with an energy that made her skin prickle. She felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end as the shadows deepened, coalescing into a form that materialized before her. Athena. The goddess stood tall and unyielding, her armor glinting in the dim light, her eyes hard and unforgiving. There was no trace of the fleeting kindness Medusa had glimpsed during their last encounter. This was not the protector who had driven Poseidon away. This was Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, the unrelenting force of order. Medusa's throat tightened as she met the goddess's gaze. "Why are you here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Athena stepped closer, her movements deliberate, her presence overwhelming. "You defiled my temple," she said, her voice cold and cutting. "You allowed him to touch sacred ground." Medusa's eyes widened in shock. "I didn't," she began, but Athena's sharp glare silenced her. "You invited this upon yourself," Athena continued, her tone laced with contempt. "Your beauty, your mortal vanity, it drew him here. You have brought shame upon this place." Tears welled in Medusa's eyes, her chest heaving with the weight of her indignation. "I didn't ask for him to come," she said, her voice trembling. "I didn't want any of this. He forced his way into my life. I tried to stop him." Athena's expression didn't soften. "And yet you failed," she said. "You, who were supposed to be a symbol of purity and devotion, have sullied my temple with his presence." The words hit Medusa like a blow, leaving her gasping for air. She wanted to argue, to plead her case, but she knew it was futile. Athena was a goddess, and gods did not see the world as mortals did. To her, Medusa was nothing more than a pawn, a symbol to be molded and used as she saw fit. "I gave you my protection," Athena said, her voice rising. "And you betrayed it. For this, there must be consequences." Medusa's heart sank as the goddess's words settled over her like a death sentence. She felt the weight of Athena's power, the inevitability of what was to come, and a cold dread seeped into her bones. "Please," Medusa whispered, her voice breaking. "I didn't mean to. I didn't want." Athena raised a hand, silencing her. The goddess's eyes glowed with a fierce light, and the air around her seemed to vibrate with energy. "Your beauty has been your curse," she said. "It has brought ruin to you and to those around you. If you wish to be free of it, then so be it." Before Medusa could react, Athena's hand shot forward, and a searing light engulfed the temple. Medusa screamed as the power tore through her, a blinding, agonizing force that seemed to strip her down to her very soul. Her body convulsed, her skin burning as if it were being remade, reshaped by the goddess's will. When the light finally faded, Medusa collapsed to the ground, her body trembling with exhaustion and pain. She felt different. Heavy. Changed in a way she couldn't yet comprehend. Her hair brushed against her cheeks, but it felt strange, alive, moving of its own accord. A cold chill ran through her as she raised a trembling hand to her head. Her fingers touched scales. A strangled cry escaped her lips as she scrambled to her feet, her movements clumsy and uncoordinated. She stumbled toward the remains of a shattered mirror near the altar, her heart pounding with a terror she couldn't contain. When she saw her reflection, she recoiled in horror. Her once lustrous hair was gone, replaced by a writhing mass of serpents, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural intelligence. Her skin was pale, her features sharper, more angular. But it was her eyes that struck her the most. Once soft and full of life, they now burned with a golden light, fierce and unrelenting. Medusa stared at her reflection, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She reached out to touch the mirror, but as her fingers brushed against the glass, it cracked and splintered, unable to withstand the power that now radiated from her. Athena's voice cut through the silence, cold and unyielding. "From this day forward, no man shall look upon you and live. Your gaze will turn them to stone, and your beauty will no longer be a weapon of destruction." Medusa turned to the goddess, her tears mingling with her rage. "You've turned me into a monster," she said, her voice shaking with fury and despair. Athena's expression remained impassive. "I have given you freedom," she said. "Freedom from their desires, from their greed. Use it wisely." And with that, the goddess vanished, leaving Medusa alone in the ruins of the temple, her new reality sinking in like a blade to the heart. She sank to her knees, her hands clutching her face as the serpents writhed and hissed around her. She felt their cold bodies against her skin, a constant reminder of what she had become. The wind howled through the broken columns, carrying with it the echoes of her anguish. Medusa knew that she could never return to the life she had once known. She was no longer a mortal, no longer a woman. She was something else entirely, a creature cursed by the gods, destined to walk the world alone. The silence of the night was broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and the distant cry of the wind over the sea. Medusa stood at the edge of a cliff, her gaze fixed on the dark horizon. Below, the waves crashed against the jagged rocks, their relentless rhythm a cruel reminder of her isolation. The world she had once known, the life she had once cherished, was gone. She had been cast out, condemned to a barren island far from the touch of humanity. Her exile had not been announced with words, but with action. Athena had left her to wander, her once beautiful face now a mask of terror, her hair a living, writhing crown of snakes. Her beauty, the very thing that had drawn the gods' attention, was now a weapon of destruction. Men who met her gaze turned to stone, their faces frozen in expressions of horror and disbelief. The knowledge of what she had become weighed on her like a stone, pressing her deeper into despair. She had tried to flee from the world, from the pain of her transformation. The first days after Athena's curse were a blur of panic and fear. She had stumbled through forests, avoided villages, and shielded her face from the sun as if it might burn her even more. The few travelers she encountered had not lived to tell of her, an accidental glance was all it took. Their lifeless forms haunted her dreams, their final moments etched into her memory. When she arrived on the island, she understood that this was her prison. Surrounded by the vast, unyielding sea, it was a place where no one would stumble upon her by chance. The island was wild and untamed, its rocky cliffs and dense foliage offering a harsh but quiet solitude. It was both a sanctuary and a torment, a place where she could not harm others, but where she would forever be alone. Medusa moved through the forest, her bare feet brushing against the mossy ground. The snakes in her hair hissed softly, their movements a constant reminder of her cursed state. She reached a clearing where the moonlight spilled through the branches, illuminating a pool of still water. She hesitated, her heart pounding. She had avoided her reflection since the night of her transformation, too afraid of what she might see. But tonight, something compelled her to look. She knelt beside the water, her hands trembling as she leaned over the edge. The face that stared back at her was both familiar and foreign. Her eyes, once soft and full of curiosity, now glowed like molten gold. Her features were sharp, almost regal, but the snakes, the serpents that writhed and hissed atop her head, transformed her into something otherworldly. She was no longer a girl. She was no longer human. A tear slipped down her cheek and fell into the water, creating ripples that distorted her reflection. "What have I become?" she whispered, her voice trembling with despair. The snakes reacted to her anguish, their movements growing restless, their hisses more pronounced. They seemed to feel her pain, to share in her torment. The nights on the island were the hardest. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional screech of an owl or the distant crash of the waves. Medusa found herself talking to the snakes in her hair, as if they were her only companions. They didn't respond, of course, but their subtle movements and the way they seemed to react to her emotions gave her a strange comfort. They were a part of her now, inseparable and eternal. During the days, she explored the island, learning its contours and hidden places. She discovered caves carved into the cliffs, their dark interiors offering shelter from the sun. She found streams of clear water and groves of wild fruit trees that provided sustenance. Yet, no matter how much she tried to find solace in the island's natural beauty, the weight of her curse was always with her. One afternoon, she stumbled upon a grove of statues, figures frozen in lifelike poses, their faces twisted in expressions of fear and surprise. Her heart clenched as she realized these were not mere statues, but victims of her curse. Some were men, clad in armor, their weapons raised as if to strike. Others were travelers, their simple clothing a testament to their humble lives. Each one was a testament to the horror she carried with her. Medusa fell to her knees among them, her hands trembling as she reached out to touch the stone face of a young man. His expression was one of terror, his eyes wide as if pleading for mercy. She drew her hand back, tears streaming down her face. "I didn't mean for this," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't want this." The statues became her silent companions, their unchanging faces a constant reminder of her isolation. She began to speak to them, pouring out her thoughts and fears as if they could hear her. "Do you hate me?" she asked one evening, sitting beside a statue of an older man whose face was etched with wisdom. "Would you hate me if you knew I never wanted this?" The statues gave no answers, but their presence was a strange comfort. They were a cruel mockery of companionship, but in their stillness, they seemed to listen. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Medusa began to accept the harsh reality of her life. She was a creature of myth now, a being feared and hated by the world. Her name would be whispered in fear, her story twisted and told in ways she couldn't control. Yet, even in her exile, she clung to the fragile threads of her humanity. She spent her nights staring at the stars, wondering if anyone out there still thought of her. Did her sisters mourn her? Did anyone remember the girl she had been before the gods decided her fate? The loneliness was a chasm she could never fill, but she carried it with a quiet strength, knowing that it was all she had left. Medusa rose from the edge of the cliff, her eyes scanning the dark horizon. The wind carried the scent of the sea, a reminder of the world beyond her island prison. She didn't know if she would ever leave this place, if she would ever see another soul who didn't turn to stone at her gaze. But for now, she stood tall, her serpents hissing softly in the wind, and faced the endless night. The nights were colder now. The wind howled through the cliffs of the island, a mournful sound that mirrored the emptiness inside Medusa. She had long ceased trying to remember what warmth felt like, the kind that seeped into your bones and wrapped around your heart. That kind of comfort had been stripped from her the night Athena's curse reshaped her existence. Now, all she had was this, an aching solitude that stretched on endlessly, punctuated by the occasional hiss of the serpents atop her head. But tonight was different. Something was changing. Medusa woke from a restless sleep, her heart pounding in her chest. The cave she had taken refuge in felt stifling, the air heavy and charged. Her snakes writhed, more agitated than usual, their hisses sharp and urgent. She sat up, her body tense, her instincts screaming that something was wrong. The shadows in the cave seemed to move, stretching and shifting like living things. A deep sense of unease settled over her as she stepped outside. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long, eerie shadows across the rocky terrain. The island, usually so quiet in the dead of night, now seemed alive with sound. The rustling of leaves, the crash of distant waves, and a strange, low hum that she couldn't place all pressed against her senses. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering despite the warm breeze. Her serpents hissed louder, their movements frantic. Medusa winced as one of them brushed against her cheek, its scales cool and smooth. "What is it?" she whispered, as if they might answer. They didn't, of course, but their agitation was contagious. She felt her pulse quicken, her breath shallow. Something was coming, something she couldn't yet name. As she walked toward the cliffs, the hum grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to vibrate through her body, rattling her bones and setting her teeth on edge. Her steps faltered as she reached the edge of the island and looked out over the sea. The water was unnaturally still, its surface like polished obsidian. And then, she saw it, a figure standing on the shore, cloaked in shadow. Her breath caught. She hadn't seen another living soul since her exile. The sight of someone else, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, sent a jolt of hope and fear through her. She wanted to call out, to warn him of the danger he faced if he came any closer, but the words caught in her throat. She took a step back, her instincts screaming at her to hide, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from him. The man began to walk toward her, his steps slow and deliberate. He carried no weapons, no torch to light his way. He moved with a calmness that unnerved her, as if he knew exactly who, or what, he was approaching. Medusa's heart pounded in her chest, her mind racing. Why was he here? How had he found her? And more importantly, why wasn't he afraid? When he was close enough for her to make out his features, she felt her stomach drop. He was young, his face unmarred by the wear of time or hardship. His eyes, piercing and dark, seemed to see right through her. He stopped a few paces away, his expression calm but unreadable. "You are Medusa," he said, his voice low and steady. It wasn't a question. She nodded, her throat too tight to speak. She wanted to warn him, to tell him to leave before it was too late, but fear held her captive. The man tilted his head, studying her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "You are what they fear," he said softly. "The monster in the shadows. The cursed one." The word monster stung more than she cared to admit. She flinched, her fists clenching at her sides. "I didn't choose this," she said, her voice trembling with anger. "The gods made me what I am." He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took another step closer, his gaze never leaving hers. Medusa's breath hitched. She wanted to look away, to shield him from her eyes, but something in his demeanor held her in place. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't even hesitant. "You blame the gods," he said after a moment. "But do you ever wonder if this is what you were always meant to become?" The question struck her like a blow. Her serpents hissed louder, their agitation matching her own. She glared at him, her eyes blazing. "You don't know anything about me," she spat. "You don't know what it's like to lose everything, to be turned into something you never asked to be." The man's expression didn't waver. "I know enough," he said. "I know that you are feared, not just for what you become, but for what you represent. You are the gods' failure. Their reminder that even they can make mistakes." Medusa's heart pounded as his words sank in. She wanted to reject them, to scream that he was wrong, but a part of her couldn't deny the truth in what he said. She was a living testament to the cruelty of the gods, a reminder of their power and their flaws. The man took another step forward, and Medusa felt her breath catch. He was too close now, close enough that a single glance from her would seal his fate. Her eyes darted to the ground, her voice breaking. "Don't come any closer," she said. "You'll die if you look at me." He didn't stop. "And what if I don't fear death?" he asked. "What if I want to see the face of the monster they speak of?" Medusa's hands shook as she took a step back. "Please," she begged, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't make me do this." The man paused, his gaze softening. "You don't have to be what they've made you," he said. "You can choose to be something more." Before she could respond, he reached into his cloak and pulled out a polished shield, its surface gleaming like liquid silver. He held it up, angling it so that she could see her reflection. Medusa froze, her heart pounding as she stared at the image of herself in the shield. The snakes hissed and writhed, their movements chaotic, but her own eyes, her golden, burning eyes, held her attention. She saw the monster she had become, the creature the world feared. But for the first time, she also saw the woman beneath. The pain, the anger, the grief, it was all there, written across her face. She wasn't just a monster. She was still Medusa. Tears filled her eyes as she lowered her gaze. The man stepped back, his expression unreadable. "You are more than your curse," he said softly. "But only you can decide what that means." With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the island. Medusa stood there for a long time, the weight of his words settling over her like a heavy shroud. The monster was born that night, not in the way the world believed, but in the way she now saw herself. She was cursed, yes, but she was still alive. And for better or worse, the gods' creation had taken her first step toward becoming something they could no longer control. The island remained as it always had, silent and untouched by the hands of men. Medusa spent her days wandering its desolate cliffs, her heart heavy with the knowledge that no matter how far she wandered, she would always be alone. The memories of the man with the shield haunted her thoughts, his words ringing in her ears. "You are more than your curse." They had unsettled her in a way she couldn't explain, a quiet spark of hope that had long been extinguished in her. But she knew better than to cling to it. Mortals feared her. She had seen it in their eyes, their terror, their hatred, their disgust. She had seen the truth in their fear, and she knew it would never change. And yet, fate has a way of leading even the most reluctant souls down paths they never intended to follow. It was a morning like any other when they came, three young men, stumbling onto the island, their faces flushed with excitement and fear. Medusa had been resting in the shade of an ancient olive tree when the sound of their voices reached her ears. At first, she didn't react. She was used to hearing voices, sailors passing by, travelers seeking shelter, but the noise felt different today. There was something off about it, something that made her pulse quicken. She rose to her feet, her body instinctively moving toward the sound. Her eyes darted toward the sea, but there was no sign of a ship. No, these men had come on foot, and they were not lost or seeking shelter, they were looking for her. The hissing of her serpents was the only warning she needed. They had sensed them, felt their presence before she had. Medusa's heart raced as she pressed herself against the trunk of the tree, trying to remain hidden, to avoid the inevitable. But they found her. A rustle in the underbrush. A whisper of movement. And then, the first of them stepped into the clearing. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his features strong and rugged, the kind of face that was born to fight. His eyes scanned the area, searching, and Medusa felt a sharp pang of recognition. He had seen her before, on a different path, perhaps, in the dreams that haunted her at night. But those dreams always ended the same way. He was there to destroy her. She could see it in the way his hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with tension. The other two men followed closely behind, one younger and more hesitant, the other older, his face set with determination. They all held weapons, spears and swords, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and excitement. They had come for her, but they didn't know the truth of what they sought. They didn't know what it meant to look into her eyes. Medusa's breath hitched as the first man stepped closer, his eyes scanning the space around him, still unaware of the danger that lay before him. The moment his gaze fell upon her, she froze. She couldn't look away. The curse had taken hold of her long ago, binding her fate to that single act. The moment they laid eyes on her, they would be frozen, locked in a final, desperate moment of terror, their lives stolen away by her gaze. It was a power that had claimed so many, a power that she could not escape. But this time, it was different. This time, it wasn't just fear that flashed in his eyes. The young man's face twisted in horror, but there was something else there too, a flicker of understanding. A recognition. Medusa's breath caught in her throat as their gazes locked. It was as if he saw her for the first time, not the monster, not the cursed creature, but the girl who had once dreamed of a life full of warmth, of love, of peace. The moment stretched, a heartbeat, an eternity. Medusa could feel the weight of it in her bones, the pull of something ancient and lost. She should look away. She should turn and run, but she couldn't. There was something in the way he held her gaze that kept her rooted in place. Then, in an instant, the moment shattered. The older man shouted, pulling the younger one back as they turned and fled, dragging their companion with them. Medusa's heart sank as they disappeared into the forest, their footsteps fading into the distance. She didn't follow them, didn't chase after them as she once would have done. Instead, she stood there, her eyes empty, her thoughts scattered like the leaves in the wind. They had come for her, but they had left without taking a single step toward her. They had not tried to harm her. They had not sought the death she had come to expect. They had seen her, truly seen her, and they had turned away. She sank to her knees, her breath shallow and uneven. Her serpents hissed in confusion, sensing her disarray, but Medusa couldn't bring herself to care. Something had shifted. Something had changed, and she wasn't sure what to make of it. Weeks passed, and the encounter with the mortals remained on her mind. Their faces were etched into her memory, and she found herself thinking about them long after they had disappeared from the island. What had they wanted? Why had they come? The question gnawed at her until, one day, the answer came. The mortals were not the first to seek her out. Others had come before, and others would come again. They came for the same reason they always did, to kill the monster, to claim a victory that would bring them fame and glory. But these men had been different. They had seen something in her. A glimpse of her humanity. They had not sought to end her life. They had simply wanted to understand. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make Medusa realize something important, that the world was not entirely made of fear and hatred. There were those who could look beyond the surface, those who could see the truth of what lay beneath. And maybe, just maybe, that truth was worth fighting for. Days passed, and more men came. Some sought her life, driven by greed and the desire for a trophy. Others came seeking her power, convinced that her curse was the key to something greater. But Medusa had learned, over time, that not all mortals were the same. Not all of them saw her as a monster. Some saw her as a warning, others as a victim. And some, like the men who had come before, saw her as something more. Medusa waited, her eyes scanning the horizon for the next encounter, for the next chance to prove that she was not just the monster the world had made her out to be. She was still Medusa. And despite all they had done to her, she was still alive. The sun had barely risen, casting a pale golden light across the rugged hills of Seriphos, when Perseus first stepped onto the shore. He was a young man, only just reaching adulthood, but already there was something in his bearing that marked him as different from the other men of the island. His posture was straight, his gaze sharp, and the air around him seemed to hum with an energy that promised greatness. Yet, beneath the surface of this young hero, there was a conflict, a burden he could not shake, a destiny he was not yet ready to embrace. Born of a mortal king and the divine blood of Zeus himself, Perseus was no ordinary man. His mother, Danae, had once been locked in a tower by her father, King Acrisius, after a prophecy foretold that her son would one day bring about his death. In a desperate attempt to avoid the curse, Acrisius had sealed his daughter away, but even his precautions couldn't stop the will of the gods. Zeus had descended from the heavens, taking the form of golden rain, and Danae became pregnant with Perseus. As a child, Perseus was as innocent as any other. He grew up in the shadow of the palace, his life untouched by the weight of his lineage. But the darkness of the prophecy loomed over him, unseen, but always present. When Perseus was just a boy, his grandfather, fearing the prophecy's fulfillment, cast him and his mother out into the sea, stranded on an uninhabited island. It was on that island that Perseus was raised by a fisherman, Dictys, who had taken pity on the pair. But as time went on, the whispers of fate began to call to Perseus. He had become a strong and capable young man, skilled with a sword and full of the fire of youth. Yet, despite his outward strength, there was still a quiet confusion within him, a yearning to understand his place in the world. He knew of his divine lineage, of his heritage as the son of Zeus, but it was a truth that weighed heavily on him. How could he, a mere mortal, live up to the expectations of the gods? How could he ever be more than just a symbol of an old prophecy? His answer came one fateful day, when the gods themselves intervened in his life. It was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who appeared to him first. She descended from the heavens, her armor shining with the light of the stars, her eyes filled with a steady resolve. At her side was Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger of the gods, his winged sandals glowing in the early morning light. "Perseus," Athena said, her voice clear and commanding. "You have been chosen. The gods have a task for you." Perseus had stood frozen before her, the weight of her presence both intimidating and awe-inspiring. He had heard stories of the gods, of their beauty, their power, and their capriciousness. But to stand before one of them was an experience beyond words. "What is it that you ask of me?" Perseus finally managed to speak, his voice steadier than he felt. Athena's gaze softened for a moment, and she nodded, as if seeing something in him she hadn't expected. "There is a great evil in the world," she said, her tone serious. "A monster that must be stopped. Her name is Medusa." The name struck Perseus like a thunderbolt. He had heard the stories, the myths, the tales of a woman whose gaze turned men to stone, whose very presence was a death sentence. He had heard her name spoken in fearful whispers, but never in such a way, as if it were something that could be stopped. "Medusa?" Perseus echoed, his voice barely a whisper. "She is one of the Gorgons," Athena explained, her eyes never leaving him. "And she is the most dangerous of them all. She has been cursed by the gods, and now she threatens the mortal world. You, Perseus, are the only one who can defeat her." The weight of Athena's words settled over him. He felt the burden of his divine lineage like a weight on his chest, suffocating him. How could he, a mortal raised on an island far from the courts of kings, possibly face such a fearsome creature? "Why me?" he asked, the question escaping his lips before he could stop it. "I am nothing more than a man. What chance do I have against her?" Hermes stepped forward then, his eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. "You are no ordinary man, Perseus," he said. "You are the son of Zeus, and that alone means you are more than capable of rising to this challenge. But you will not face it alone. We will help you." With a flick of his wrist, Hermes conjured a beautiful, winged sandal. "These will allow you to travel faster than any mortal. You will be able to move with the speed of the wind, and your pursuit will be swift and certain." Then, Athena raised her hand, and from the ether, a brilliant shield materialized in front of Perseus. It was polished and gleaming, as though it were made from the very surface of the moon. "This shield," she said, "will protect you. You must not look directly at Medusa, for her gaze will turn you to stone. But with this shield, you can use its reflection to guide you." Perseus took the shield in his hands, feeling the cool surface against his palms. It was beautiful and light, and yet it held a power that seemed to hum with every beat of his heart. "There is one more thing," Athena said, her voice firm but kind. "In order to defeat Medusa, you will need the sword of Hermes, which I will provide. It is a weapon forged with the very essence of the gods and can cut through even the toughest of creatures." Perseus stood before them, the weight of the gifts in his hands and the expectations in his heart nearly overwhelming him. He had been given a divine mission, one that could bring him glory and honor, but also one that could destroy him. Athena and Hermes waited for him to speak, and after a moment, Perseus finally nodded. The uncertainty that had plagued him for so long began to fade, replaced by something else, a fire, a spark of something new. It wasn't just his destiny anymore. It was his choice. He could rise to the challenge, or he could fail. And he refused to fail. "I will do it," Perseus said, his voice steady and strong, though his heart pounded in his chest. "I will defeat Medusa." Athena smiled, and Hermes gave a slight nod of approval. "Go now," Athena said. "The gods are with you, Perseus. You are a hero. And you will be remembered." With that, Perseus took his first steps toward the unknown, his heart filled with both fear and determination. The gods had called upon him to save the world, to defeat the monsters that haunted the myths and the minds of mortals alike. He didn't yet know what the future would hold, or whether he was truly ready for the challenge. But he knew one thing for certain: he would face it with everything he had. The hero had risen, and the world would never be the same. The air on the rocky shores of Seriphos was still, and the sea seemed unnaturally calm as Perseus stood at the edge of the shore, staring out at the horizon. His thoughts were a whirl of uncertainty, fear, and a deep, unsettling resolve. What had begun as a prophecy, a whisper of fate, was now his reality. He had been chosen. He had been equipped with divine gifts. And now, he was embarking on a quest that would either cement his place in history or erase him from it entirely. The gods had given him everything he needed: the winged sandals from Hermes, the reflective shield from Athena, and the sword forged by the hands of the gods. Each gift was a weapon in its own right, but they were no guarantee of success. The path ahead was fraught with dangers that even the gods themselves had feared, and Medusa was no ordinary monster. She was a being cursed by the gods, a creature whose power had the potential to destroy not just him, but the world around her. To face her was to face the very will of the gods, to confront something that could never be understood, something that should have never been allowed to exist. But Perseus had no choice. The mission was clear. He had to find the Gorgon. He had to kill her. With the weight of the divine mission on his shoulders, he turned and began his journey, the golden sandals allowing him to run with the speed of the wind. The wind in his face felt like the breath of the gods themselves, urging him onward, ever onward, toward the unknown. His destination was clear, but the road was anything but. The island of the Gorgons, where Medusa and her sisters lived, was hidden from the mortal world. It was said to lie far to the east, beyond the known world, beyond the reach of any mortal who had dared to venture. Perseus had no map, no guide, only the vague whispers of those who had heard the tales. He would have to rely on his wits, his gifts, and the wisdom of the gods to find the way. Days passed as Perseus flew through the skies, his heart pounding in his chest with every beat. He traveled far from the shores of Seriphos, over mountains that pierced the sky, across seas that stretched to the edge of the world. The landscape grew wilder, more untamed with each passing hour. He saw things no mortal should see, vast deserts where the sun burned with a fury that threatened to consume him, forests where the trees whispered secrets in languages he could not understand. He fought off the temptation to stop, to rest, but the gods had given him no time for such luxuries. He had a task to complete. It wasn't until he reached the shores of a dark, mist-covered sea that he began to understand the true enormity of his task. The waters were black as pitch, swirling with an unnatural current that tugged at his feet as he stepped onto the shore. This, he knew, was the edge of the world, the realm where monsters and gods alike were said to dwell. And somewhere in the heart of this place, Medusa waited. Perseus paused for a moment, taking in the eerie landscape. A low, persistent fog hung in the air, thick and impenetrable, and the cries of creatures unknown echoed from the distance. The sound of his own breathing seemed too loud, too human in this strange, alien world. He wasn't alone. From the fog, shadowy figures began to emerge. At first, they were small, indistinct shapes, but soon they became clear, 3 old women, their faces twisted with age and weariness, their bodies hunched with the passage of time. They were the Grii, the ancient sisters of the Gorgons, who had lived for eons in the shadows of their more infamous siblings. Perseus instinctively raised his hand, and the shield of Athena caught the light. The Grii halted, their pale eyes fixed on him with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. "You seek the Gorgon, don't you?" the eldest of them rasped, her voice as dry as dust. Perseus nodded, feeling the weight of their gaze, the ancient power they carried in their eyes. "I do." The Grii exchanged a glance, and the younger two cackled softly, their voices high-pitched and unsettling. "The Gorgon is no mere creature," the elder said, her voice turning cold. "She is the end of everything. And yet you, mortal, seek to destroy her." "I have no choice," Perseus replied, his voice unwavering. "It is my fate." The Grii's eyes gleamed with a strange understanding, as if they had long known that this moment would come. "Very well," the elder said, slowly reaching into the folds of her tattered cloak. "If you wish to succeed, you must first know where to find her. She is not a creature that reveals herself easily. The way is hidden, even from the gods. But we will help you." With a sudden, terrifying speed, the Grii shifted, each of them turning to face a different direction. "Take what we offer," Perseus, the eldest, continued, her voice low and secretive. "A guide to lead you, a gift to protect you from the Gorgon's gaze." From within her cloak, she drew forth a small bundle wrapped in cloth. With a quick, practiced motion, she unwrapped it, revealing a polished stone, a mirror, but unlike any Perseus had ever seen. Its surface gleamed with a faint glow, as though it contained the very essence of the stars. "Use this mirror to find the way," the Grii instructed. "It will reflect not just what is before you, but what is hidden. It will guide your steps when you can see no further." Perseus reached out slowly, taking the mirror in his hand. It felt cold, but its weight was comforting, as though it had always belonged to him. "And remember," the elder added, her voice growing darker, "the Gorgon is not like other creatures. Her gaze will turn you to stone, but her mind is twisted by the gods' cruelty. She was once beautiful, once mortal, but now she is a monster trapped in the form the gods created for her." Perseus nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle over him. He knew that Medusa had been cursed, but he had never truly understood the depth of her suffering until now. She was not just a monster, she was a victim, twisted and broken by the very gods who had created her. The Grii stepped back, vanishing once again into the fog. "Go now," the eldest said, her voice fading. "You will find the Gorgon. And when you do, remember that it is not just your life at stake, but the lives of all those who walk this earth." With the mirror in hand, Perseus turned toward the darkness that lay ahead, feeling the weight of the quest more than ever before. The Gorgon waited for him, but so too did his fate. There would be no turning back now. The quest for the Gorgon had begun, and he was no longer just the son of Zeus. He was a hero on a mission to confront the monster that had terrorized the world for so long. The hero was ready. But would the world be? The air was thick with the weight of silence as Perseus stood at the edge of the Gorgon's lair. The land around him seemed to breathe with an eerie stillness, a place where time itself seemed to freeze, as if the world had paused in anticipation of the confrontation that was about to unfold. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a reminder of what he had come here to do. The path to this moment had been long and fraught with peril, but it was in this moment that everything would be decided. He had traveled far, crossed unimaginable distances, faced dangers that had tested him in ways he hadn't thought possible. Yet, despite the gifts the gods had bestowed upon him, the speed of Hermes' sandals, the reflective shield of Athena, the sword forged by the gods, nothing could prepare him for what he was about to face. Medusa was no mere creature of myth. She was the embodiment of a curse so cruel that it had twisted her into something beyond comprehension. She had once been beautiful, a mortal woman, but now, cursed by Athena's wrath, she had become a monster whose very gaze could turn a man to stone. And now, Perseus was here, standing at the precipice of destiny, to end her reign of terror. He gripped the shield tightly in his left hand, feeling its cool, smooth surface beneath his fingers. He had been told that it would protect him from Medusa's deadly gaze, that he could use it to view her through the reflection without falling victim to the curse. The mirror, a gift from the Gree, rested at his side, an object of divine power that he hoped would reveal the path ahead. Ahead, the fog thickened, and in the distance, he saw the entrance to the cave, where Medusa and her sisters dwelled. The ground beneath his feet was cracked, barren, a desolate wasteland that bore no signs of life. It was as though this place had been forgotten by time itself. It was a world within a world, a place where the laws of nature seemed to bend, as if the curse that had taken hold of Medusa had infected everything around her. He stepped forward, each footfall silent against the cracked earth. As he neared the cave's mouth, the faintest whisper of movement caught his eye. A flicker in the corner of his vision. He turned sharply, but it was gone. His breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, he was frozen. The legend of Medusa wasn't just that her gaze could turn a man to stone. No, it was her presence. It was the sheer terror she inspired in those who came too close, the way her very being seemed to bend the world around her. A hiss echoed from within the cave, followed by a soft scraping sound. Perseus' heart skipped a beat. His grip on the shield tightened as the reality of what he was about to face settled over him. The moment had come. He stepped into the cave, his every instinct screaming for him to flee, yet his body moved forward, guided by the mission that burned within him. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of movement. There was no light in the cave, only the eerie glow of the reflection from the shield guiding him. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and dust, and the walls seemed to pulse with a strange, otherworldly energy. And then, he saw her. Medusa. Her form was a twisted parody of beauty, a monstrous vision that seemed to belong to neither the mortal world nor the realm of the gods. Her once beautiful face was now frozen in an eternal snarl, her long hair transformed into a writhing mass of serpents, their hissing voices filling the air. Her eyes, those eyes that could turn men to stone, shone with an unnatural light, their pupils wide and unblinking. Medusa stood motionless, her body frozen in the same cursed position it had been for years. The reflection in Perseus' shield was his only guide, as he dared not look directly at her. His heart raced as he took one careful step, then another. He moved with the stealth of a predator, knowing that the smallest mistake could cost him everything. Suddenly, one of the serpents on Medusa's head snapped its gaze toward him, its eyes glistening with malice. A low hiss echoed through the cave, and Perseus froze, heart hammering in his chest. But he did not falter. He raised the shield higher, using the reflection to guide his every movement. The tension in the cave was unbearable, thick with the promise of danger. Perseus continued to move closer, the reflection in his shield providing a warped, distorted view of Medusa's form. He could see the serpents shifting, their eyes flicking in every direction, but he never looked directly at her. He had come too far to let his fear control him now. At last, he was close enough. His grip tightened on the sword as he prepared to strike. He knew the legends, knew the myths, and he had trained for this moment, but nothing could prepare him for the weight of what was about to happen. The sword glowed faintly in his hands, a reminder of its divine origins, of the power it held to destroy. Medusa shifted slightly, and Perseus' breath caught in his throat. For the first time, he saw the sadness in her eyes, not the rage, not the fury that had consumed her for so long, but a quiet, almost mournful sadness. He had been told that she was a victim of a curse, twisted by the gods into the monster she had become, but to see it reflected in her gaze, in the slightest movement of her form, was a stark reminder of her tragic past. For a moment, he hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Was she truly the monster they said she was, or had she once been something else, something human? But there was no time for hesitation. Medusa's gaze turned toward him again, her serpents writhing in fury, and Perseus knew he had no choice. He raised the sword, aiming for her neck, and with all the strength of the gods and mortals combined, he brought the blade down. The strike was swift, and the sword cleaved through the air with divine precision. The sound of it cutting through the air was deafening, and for a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. Medusa's body jerked, her serpents hissing in agony, and then, with a final, chilling scream, she fell silent. Her lifeless form crumpled to the ground, her head rolling away from her body, her eyes still open, staring at nothing. The silence that followed was suffocating. Perseus stood over her, his heart still racing, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He had done it. He had killed Medusa. The monster who had terrorized the world for so long was no more. But as he stood there, staring at the lifeless body of the Gorgon, a strange emptiness settled over him. The victory felt hollow, not the triumph he had expected. Medusa's death was not just the end of a monster, it was the end of a tragic story, a story of a woman who had been cursed, who had been turned into a monster by the whims of the gods. And in the silence of the cave, with the weight of what he had just done hanging heavy in the air, Perseus understood something. Medusa had not just been a monster. She had been a victim. And in the end, no victory felt sweet when the cost was so great. The head of Medusa lay in the darkened cave, an object of terror and wonder, as still and lifeless as the creature it had once belonged to. Perseus stood before it, staring at the severed head of the Gorgon, his sword still gripped tightly in his hand. The silence in the cave was deafening, broken only by the faintest sound of the serpents that had once formed Medusa's hair, now motionless. The head, despite its lifelessness, seemed to hold an unsettling power, a malevolent force that permeated the very air around it. The severed head stared upward, its wide, glassy eyes frozen in a permanent state of terror, its snake still coiled in rigid arcs across the bloodied flesh. The reflection of the dim light in the shield gleamed off the stone walls of the cave, casting eerie shadows across the stone floor. But even as Perseus gazed at it, he could feel the weight of its power, the dread that clung to it like an invisible shroud. It was the very embodiment of death, of an ancient curse that had ravaged the land, and yet, it was now in his possession. A shiver ran down his spine. This was no mere trophy. This was not just a reminder of his victory, or the end of Medusa's reign of terror. The head was an object of immense power, one that could change the course of history, for better or worse. As Perseus lifted the head, it seemed as though the very earth trembled beneath him. His muscles strained with the weight of it, and he held it carefully, as if afraid that the slightest misstep would unleash its cursed power once more. He had been warned by the gods, by Athena, by Hermes, that Medusa's head was not just a symbol of her downfall. It was a weapon. A weapon with the ability to turn anything to stone with a single glance. And now, he carried that weapon with him, the terrible responsibility of its power hanging over him like a storm cloud. With each step he took, he could feel the weight of Medusa's death, the silence of her final moments echoing in the air. There had been no joy in her defeat, no triumph in ending her twisted existence. Instead, there was a heavy sense of finality, of something lost. Perhaps it was the tragedy of it all, the way she had been cursed, the way she had been transformed into a monster that terrified the world. Perhaps it was the way that, in the end, she had been nothing more than a pawn in the cruel hands of the gods. The gods had never once shown mercy for her, and yet it was her who bore the punishment of their wrath. Perseus could feel the shift in the air as he moved. The power of the head was undeniable. He had been told that it could be used to defeat even the most powerful foes, that its gaze could freeze armies in their tracks. It was said that whoever possessed the head would hold sway over the mortal world, that it could turn the tide of battles, end wars with a single glance. But the power was not to be trifled with. The consequences of wielding it were steeped in darkness, and the blood of those who had used it before him. There was no forgetting that once Medusa had been mortal, once she had been like him. And then there was the question that had been gnawing at his insides since the moment he had taken the head: what now? Perseus paused, standing at the mouth of the cave. The cool night air brushed against his face, but it did nothing to ease the heat that lingered in his chest. He could feel the eyes of the gods upon him, the weight of their judgment pressing down from above. He was no longer just the son of Zeus, no longer just a hero with a single mission. He had become something else. He had become the wielder of a power so immense, so terrifying, that it could change everything. It was then that he felt the presence of the gods, felt their eyes on him, felt their divine breath on his skin. Athena, who had guided him to this point, appeared before him, her form glowing with an ethereal light. She was silent for a moment, her eyes fixed on the head of Medusa that Perseus held before him. "You have done well, Perseus," she said, her voice a soft whisper that seemed to vibrate in the air. "You have fulfilled your destiny. The Gorgon is no more." But there was no satisfaction in her words. No joy. Only a quiet, distant sadness. "The head you hold is more than just a trophy," she continued, her gaze fixed on the severed head. "It is a weapon, a tool that will change the fate of many. Its power is immense, but so too are its dangers. Do not forget that the gods do not give power without cost." Perseus looked up at her, his gaze troubled. "What do you mean? What am I supposed to do with it?" Athena's expression softened, but there was no warmth in her eyes, only the cold understanding of one who had seen much in the world. "You must be careful, Perseus. The head of Medusa has the power to turn anything, anyone, into stone. It can bring ruin as easily as it can bring victory. The gods may have granted you this power, but you must not forget that it is not your right to wield it without consequence." Perseus nodded slowly, the weight of her words sinking in. He had known that the head was dangerous. He had known that its power was not to be taken lightly. But the magnitude of its potential, the ability to freeze entire armies, to petrify the very heart of the world, was overwhelming. And with that power came the knowledge that, once it was used, there would be no turning back. "Who will I use it against?" Perseus asked, his voice low and uncertain. "How can I wield such a thing without becoming the very monster I sought to defeat?" Athena remained silent for a moment, her gaze never leaving the head of Medusa. "That is a question only you can answer, Perseus. The path you choose from here on will shape the future. You may be the hero, but even heroes are not immune to the weight of their decisions." As Perseus stood there, holding Medusa's head, he realized that the path ahead was no longer clear. The gods had given him a power, a weapon, but it was up to him to decide how to use it. Would he wield it for good, to protect the world from those who sought to destroy it? Or would he become consumed by the very power he had sought to control? The weight of the head, the weight of Medusa's curse, pressed down on him like a mountain, and for the first time, Perseus questioned the price of victory. The gods had their own plans, their own desires, but Perseus was the one who now held the head, the symbol of both victory and destruction. The world would never be the same again. The gleaming surface of Athena's shield caught the light as Perseus stepped out of the cave, still reeling from the weight of Medusa's severed head that he now carried with him. His steps were heavy, his mind swirling with questions about the future, about the use of the power he now possessed. As he walked, The world around him seemed both familiar and foreign. The shield, Athena's gift, was a constant reminder of the god's intervention in his life and the responsibility that came with the power it granted. Athena's shield was not like any ordinary piece of armor. It was forged by the gods themselves, a divine creation that had seen battles of legend, and its surface was a mirror of the soul. As Perseus held it, he could feel the weight of its history, the weight of the countless lives it had protected and the many it had struck down. This was not just a shield, it was a symbol of protection and destruction, a piece of divine will that had crossed the boundaries of mortal and immortal worlds. Perseus had been told that the shield was meant to serve as a guide, a protector, a way to see the truth when the world was too clouded by fear and doubt. But now, holding it in his hands, he wondered if it had a purpose beyond that. Was it more than just a tool to keep him safe? Was it a reminder of the gods' desires for him, a force that would shape his every decision? The questions gnawed at him, but there was no time for hesitation. The shield was still a gift, a means to protect him from the horrors he had already encountered, and from those yet to come. As Perseus walked, he could feel the presence of Athena, watching over him from afar. He had been told that the goddess was the protector of heroes, the one who guided them to greatness, but he had also heard whispers that Athena's protection was never given without cost. Heroes were shaped by the gods, guided by their divine hands, but in the end, the price of that guidance was always steep. No one who walked the path of a hero did so without bearing the scars of the god's influence. Perseus turned his gaze down at the shield once more, running his fingers along its surface. The metal felt cool to the touch, but beneath his fingers, he could feel a slight hum of power, as though the shield were alive, waiting to reveal its purpose in the coming moments. He had heard the stories, how Athena had used the shield to protect herself and others in times of great conflict, how it had turned the tide of wars and battles. But what was its true power? And why had Athena entrusted it to him? The reflection in the shield flickered, like the distant memory of a storm. Perseus looked closer, feeling a strange pull, as if something was calling to him. The shield seemed to show him more than just his reflection. It was as if he could see his future, or the consequences of his choices. There, in the glint of the metal, he could see the battles ahead, the faces of enemies yet to be faced, and the shadows that clung to his every step. He didn't understand it. The shield was supposed to protect him, but now, it seemed to offer him more than just safety. It was a glimpse into the complexity of his path, one that would not be decided by strength alone. It would be determined by the choices he made and the way he wielded the power the gods had given him. But what if that power was not meant to be wielded at all? What if he had no right to hold it, to make those decisions? As he walked, deep in thought, the winds shifted. They carried with them a strange whisper, a voice that seemed to come from the very air around him. He paused, listening. The voice was not familiar, but it carried with it an ancient weight, a voice that spoke with the authority of ages. "You are not alone, Perseus," the voice seemed to say. "The shield you carry is not just a gift. It is a burden. A burden that will weigh upon you as long as you live. It will test you, as it has tested others before you." Perseus's grip on the shield tightened. His eyes scanned the horizon, but there was no sign of anyone around him. Still, the voice echoed in his mind, its words seeping into his thoughts like a slow poison. Who was speaking to him? Was it Athena herself, watching over him? Or was it something else, something older and more ancient, a presence that lingered in the corners of the world? The air around him seemed to grow heavier, and a sense of dread settled in his chest. It was as if the shield itself were calling to him, demanding he understand its purpose. The weight of the god's power was too much to ignore, and the deeper Perseus looked into the shield's reflection, the more he could see the struggles that awaited him. There was no denying that Athena's gift was both a blessing and a curse. He could see now that the shield had not been merely given to him for protection. It was meant to test his resolve, to see if he was truly worthy of the task before him. The gods had shaped him, but now, they would watch as he shaped his own destiny. The reflection in the shield shifted again, and this time, it was not just his own face he saw. It was the face of Medusa, her eyes unblinking, frozen in her eternal stare. He recoiled at the sight, feeling the familiar weight of fear and horror rise in his chest once more. But then, something unexpected happened. The face of Medusa began to change. Her expression softened, and in the shield, Perseus could see the faintest trace of humanity behind her gaze. It was as though the reflection were offering him a glimpse into what she had once been, before the curse had twisted her into the monster that had terrorized the world. The vision faded quickly, and Perseus was left standing in silence, his heart beating wildly. He looked down at the shield again, but this time, there was no question in his mind. The shield was more than just a tool to protect him from the dangers of the world. It was a mirror to his own soul, a way for him to see not only what lay ahead, but the cost of the choices he would make. Athena's gift was both a shield and a mirror, a reflection of the hero he could become, and the man he could lose himself to. It was a reminder that the power of the gods was not without consequence, that every step he took would lead him down a path that would forever alter the course of his fate. Perseus stood for a long time, lost in the depths of the shield's reflection, the weight of his mission pressing down on him. There was no turning back now. The shield would guide him, but it would not protect him from the darkness that lay ahead. Only his choices, and the strength within himself, could do that. The winds howled through the desolate island as Perseus stood on the jagged cliffs, gazing at the horizon. The weight of Medusa's severed head still pressed heavily against his side, but today, there was something else on his mind, something that could not be ignored. Medusa had been slain, her reign of terror brought to an end by his hand, but there was something the legends had not spoken of. Something hidden in the shadows of her death. Medusa had not died alone. She had borne children. And those children, though they were the product of a curse, were not forgotten. They were not erased from the world simply because their mother had fallen. The Gorgon's blood had not been spilt in vain. Her legacy lived on in her offspring, the children she had borne under the curse of Poseidon's pursuit. Perseus had heard the rumors, whispers carried on the wind, about the strange and fearsome creatures who had been born of Medusa. Her children were not like others. They had inherited her monstrous nature, yet they were not her. They were something new, something that had been created by the twisted union of divine anger and mortal pain. But were they monsters? Or were they simply victims of a world that had cast them aside before they had even been given a chance? As Perseus pondered the nature of Medusa's children, the landscape around him seemed to shift. The island was silent now, but he knew better than to think it was empty. The island of the Gorgons was not a place where one could simply wander without consequence. It was a land steeped in the echoes of ancient power, and the children of Medusa were its guardians, its inheritors. He could feel the presence of something watching him. His hand instinctively reached for the sword at his side, though he knew he was not here to fight. He was here to understand. To face what he had not yet considered. Medusa's children were said to be creatures of terror, much like their mother. Some were said to be like her, hideous and monstrous, their eyes capable of turning anything to stone with a single glance. Others, however, were said to be different. They were not simply beasts, but beings caught between two worlds, half divine, half human. Their appearance was said to vary, from grotesque to beautiful, but their power remained constant. And with that power came the burden of being Medusa's heirs. As Perseus ventured further into the island's heart, he could sense the change in the air. There was a chill that clung to everything, as though the land itself were steeped in the sorrow of its inhabitants. He had come to this island expecting to face danger, but he had not expected the weight of what he now carried, to be the slayer of Medusa, and yet the one who would have to confront the consequences of that act. The silence was shattered by a sound, a soft rustle in the distance. Perseus froze, his senses alert. From behind a cluster of rocks, a figure emerged. It was a woman, but not like any woman he had seen before. Her skin was a deep, unnatural shade of green, her hair wild and serpentine, twisting and writhing like the serpents that had once adorned Medusa's own head. Her eyes, when they met Perseus's gaze, were like twin pools of darkness, cold and unfeeling. There was no warmth, no humanity in them, only the emptiness of something that had been abandoned long ago. She stopped a few paces away from him, watching him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Perseus didn't move. There was no immediate threat. But he could feel the weight of her gaze, as though she could see through him, into the very core of his being. "You are the one who killed her," the woman said, her voice soft yet heavy with an undercurrent of sorrow. It was not a question but a statement. Perseus's grip tightened around the head of Medusa that still hung at his side, the weight of it reminding him of the sacrifice he had made. "I am," he answered simply, though his heart ached at the words. The woman steadied him for a long moment, her face unreadable. Then, without warning, she stepped closer, her movements fluid and unnatural. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the surface of Medusa's severed head. "You don't know what you've done," she said softly. Perseus's breath caught in his throat. He could feel the dread rising within him. "What do you mean?" The woman looked up at him, her eyes now filled with an ancient, unfathomable sorrow. "You've killed a mother, Perseus. A mother who, despite her curse, gave everything for her children. She loved them. Even if you never saw it, she did. And now, her children are left to carry the burden of her death. They are not like her. Not entirely. But they will never escape the legacy of her curse." Perseus felt his heart heavy in his chest. He had slain Medusa, believing that her death was the end. But now, before him, was proof that her story was far from finished. Her children lived, and they carried the weight of her curse, just as he carried the weight of her death. They were part of her, and part of him, now. The cycle was not yet broken. It was only just beginning. The woman stepped back, her expression a mixture of bitterness and sorrow. "You may have taken her life, but you cannot take away the legacy she left behind. We will never be free of it. Not her children. Not me. Not anyone who shares her blood." Perseus stood still, the implications of her words settling deep within him. He had thought that with Medusa's death, the world would be rid of her, of the curse that had twisted her into a monster. But he now understood. The curse was not something that could be vanquished with a single stroke. It lived on in those she had left behind. It lived on in her children. The woman turned and began to walk away, her serpents hissing softly in the wind. "There is no peace in this world for her children," she said, her voice fading into the distance. "We are the legacy of a curse. And we will carry it as long as we live." Perseus watched her disappear into the shadows, the weight of her words sinking deep into his soul. He was the hero, the one who had slain the monster. But now, he understood the truth. The monster was not gone. It had only changed form. Medusa's children were the living testament to that truth, and their curse would follow him, haunt him, for as long as he lived. There was no easy victory. No clean resolution. Only the knowledge that Medusa's legacy would continue, long after her death. And the question remained, how could he ever free the children of a curse they had never asked for? Medusa's name echoed through history like a curse, a warning to those who dared to listen. Her image, her grotesque visage, her serpentine hair, her unblinking eyes, became a symbol of terror. Yet, behind that terror lay a tragedy so deep, so filled with sorrow, that to see her solely as a monster was to miss the heart-wrenching truth of her existence. To understand Medusa was to see her not as a mere monster, but as a symbol, a living embodiment of a world that had cast aside its most vulnerable, a world that had twisted innocence into something unrecognizable. In the shadows of myth, Medusa had become something more than just a figure of horror. She was a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of humanity, fear, betrayal, rage, and ultimately, the consequences of unchecked power. Her transformation from a beautiful maiden to a monstrous creature was not just a punishment for a single sin, but a collective indictment of a society that chose to punish her for something she had never asked for. And that transformation, that monstrous change, would become the symbol for every broken soul, every victim who was forced to wear their pain like a crown. Medusa's story was not one of a singular villain, but one of the collective failures of gods and men. She had once been mortal, a priestess of Athena, pure and innocent in the eyes of her goddess. But in the hands of Poseidon, she became something else entirely. His assault on her was not just an act of violence, it was a turning point in her life, a moment that shaped everything that came after. When Athena, the goddess she had served so faithfully, cursed Medusa for a crime she had not committed, the priestess's beauty turned to something monstrous, a reflection of her broken soul. Her once glorious hair became a nest of serpents, and her eyes, which had once been capable of love, could now turn any living thing into stone. But there was more to her than the monsters that crawled in the dark places of the world. In the pain of her curse, Medusa became a symbol of injustice, a figure who embodied the helplessness of the victim and the powerlessness of those crushed beneath the weight of the gods. She was not simply cursed, but discarded by those she had once revered. The gods had spoken their judgment, yet they never bothered to hear her side of the story. They never listened to the girl who had been forced into a fate that was not her own, a fate that no one could escape. Medusa, in her monstrous form, stood as the living, breathing embodiment of suffering. But in her isolation, she became something else as well, a warning. A warning to the world of what happens when the powerful abuse those who have no means of defending themselves. Her curse, her transformation, was not just a consequence of one god's sin, it was a representation of a world where the innocent were punished, where women were shamed for the actions of men, and where power was used not to protect, but to destroy. Her very existence became a symbol for the marginalized. For the women who had been silenced, for the broken who had no place to turn, Medusa was their symbol. She was the voice of the voiceless, the power of the powerless. The snake-haired monster was a reflection of the world's cruelty, a creature who had been molded by the hands of those who had abused her, those who had silenced her, and those who had used her as a tool for their own power. Yet, in her fury, in her rage, she had become a force that could not be ignored. As she wandered the lonely island, the Gorgons' island, isolated from the rest of the world, Medusa was not just a figure of terror. She was a reminder that the broken and the discarded could become something more than the world had intended. They could become forces of destruction, yes, but they could also become symbols of defiance. Medusa had never asked for her curse, but she had learned how to wield it. She had learned how to survive in a world that had no place for her. And in that survival, she became the symbol of all those who fought against the system, against the structures that kept them down, against the gods who ruled with an iron fist and never once considered the cost of their power. And then, when Perseus came, when he beheaded her, he did not just kill a monster. He killed a symbol. He ended the reflection of every victim, every person who had ever been forced into a role they did not ask for. He killed the embodiment of a broken world that refused to see the truth. And in doing so, he carried with him more than just her severed head. He carried the weight of a world that had failed her, but even in death, Medusa's symbolism did not fade. Her image, her likeness, would live on. Her head, now severed from her body, would be used as a weapon, a tool for others to carry out their own acts of vengeance and power. But in that, there was something more. Medusa's head, once a symbol of death, would become a symbol of the dangers of power. Her image would no longer be simply something to fear, it would be something to understand, something to see as a reminder of what happens when the powerful abuse the weak. Her legacy lived on in the eyes of those who saw her not as a monster, but as a victim, a reflection of the pain that the world had forced upon her, and the pain that it still inflicted on others. Her symbol would endure long after her death, for it was not the power of the gods that determined her fate, it was the power of the stories told, the memories passed down, the people who saw in her the truth of a world gone wrong. Medusa was more than a figure of terror. She was the embodiment of the victim turned avenger, a symbol of how power can corrupt, how pain can transform, and how, in the end, the world cannot hide from its sins. The myth of Medusa, told for generations, has lived on in the whispers of stories, etched into the collective consciousness of those who hear it. It is a myth that has transcended its ancient origins, crossing the borders of time and culture to become a story that resonates deeply with women in every age. On the surface, it is a tale of a monster, a woman turned hideous by the gods. But beneath that, there lies a truth that speaks to the hearts of women everywhere, a tale of betrayal, of punishment, of survival. A tale of a woman silenced and cast aside, her fate determined by forces beyond her control. Medusa's myth is not just a myth of horror, but a myth that unveils a deeper, darker reality that echoes through the lives of women throughout history. Medusa's transformation, from a beautiful maiden to a creature of terror, was not born from her own choice. It was born from the violence of Poseidon and the wrath of Athena, a tragic consequence of the abuse of power. It was the world that changed her, not her own actions. Her beauty, once celebrated, became a weapon against her. She was punished for something she had no control over, her body used as a battleground between gods. Her punishment was not only brutal, but it was a punishment that robbed her of her voice, her autonomy, and her identity. For centuries, Medusa's tale was told as a story of fear, a symbol of danger and death. But for women, it is a story of injustice, a reminder of the countless times throughout history that women have been blamed, silenced, and punished for the actions of others. Medusa's body became a symbol of shame, not because she had done anything wrong, but because the world had found a way to make her the scapegoat. Her image became a symbol of womanhood gone awry, of feminine power turned monstrous, of the danger of a woman who dares to speak out, to fight back, to resist. And as time wore on, this image was reinforced in countless ways, in the stories, in the art, in the culture that perpetuated the idea that women who defied societal norms, who fought back against the injustices they faced, were dangerous. And just like Medusa, they too were punished for it. The myth's impact on women is layered and complex. On one hand, Medusa represents the way society has often responded to female defiance. Like Medusa, women who have been wronged, who have been violated, have been made to feel like the perpetrators. They have been blamed for the violence done to them, shamed for their pain, and cast aside when they dared to show the anger and strength that should have been their right. Medusa's curse, her monstrous form, was the result of an assault she did not deserve, an assault that she could not control. And yet, she was punished for it, turned into a figure of terror. How often do women in the real world face a similar fate? How many women, after experiencing violence or trauma, are forced to carry the weight of that shame, blamed for the violence done to them, punished for their victimhood? But there is another side to Medusa's story, a side that resonates more powerfully in modern times, a side that speaks to women's strength and survival. For though Medusa's life was tragic, her power was undeniable. The very curse that was meant to break her, to make her monstrous, also gave her the power to defend herself. Her eyes, though they could turn others to stone, were a form of protection, a shield against the world that had wronged her. In this, Medusa becomes a symbol of resilience, of survival against overwhelming odds. She may have been a victim of the gods' wrath, but in her isolation, she became a force to be reckoned with. She was not passive. She fought back. And while her power was born out of a tragedy, it was also a reflection of her refusal to be helpless. For many women, Medusa's story is one of empowerment, of reclaiming the power that was taken from them. Medusa's curse, though it transformed her into a figure of fear, also became a way for her to assert control in a world that had taken everything from her. She could no longer be a passive victim. She was now a figure of power, her wrath a tool of survival. In this sense, Medusa becomes a symbol of women's agency, the ability to take back what was stolen, to stand strong in the face of injustice, even if that strength comes at a price. Medusa also represents the conflict many women face between their societal roles and their true selves. She was punished for her beauty, but also for her existence. Her beauty was not a gift, but a curse in a world that viewed women's value as tied to their appearance. She became the object of male desire and, simultaneously, the object of male violence. Her beauty was taken from her, twisted, and transformed into something that could kill. In her story, there lies a deeper reflection on the ways in which women have been objectified, their worth determined by how they look, by how others see them, rather than by who they truly are. Medusa was punished for being the object of male desire, just as countless women have been punished throughout history for the ways their bodies were viewed, commodified, and controlled. Her myth also speaks to the harsh and often contradictory standards that women face in the world. Medusa's power, her transformation, was born out of her victimhood. But it was also her greatest strength. Women have long been expected to be meek, to be passive, to conform to societal expectations of beauty and behavior. And when they do not conform, when they show strength, when they resist, when they refuse to be silent, there are consequences. Like Medusa, women who speak out, who stand up for themselves, are often punished for their defiance. They are labeled as aggressive, as monstrous, as something to be feared. The myth of Medusa speaks to this paradox, the way that power in women, especially when that power is not controlled or contained, is often viewed as threatening and dangerous. Through the centuries, Medusa's story has evolved. It has become a symbol of female rage, of power that cannot be contained, of strength that cannot be ignored. Her myth speaks to the strength of women who have been silenced, violated, and oppressed, yet have found ways to fight back, to survive, and to transform their pain into something unstoppable. Medusa's story is no longer just a tale of horror. It is a story of transformation, a story of women who, in their darkest moments, find the strength to rise, to reclaim their power, and to become symbols of resistance in a world that has too often sought to crush them. Medusa's legacy is not one of fear, but of strength. She is not just the monster, she is the woman who fought back. She is not just a victim of a curse, she is a survivor who turned her pain into power. In this, she is not just a symbol of suffering, but a symbol of hope, a hope for all women who refuse to be silenced, who refuse to be made into monsters by a world that never understood them. In the ancient world, Medusa's image was woven into the very fabric of culture and art. Her face, twisted with rage and sorrow, her serpents writhing in fury, became a common sight in sculptures, pottery, and even the very buildings that lined the streets of Greece and Rome. What began as a terrifying legend, one of vengeance and monstrous transformation, evolved into an icon, a symbol that transcended the myth itself, carried on the lips of storytellers and the hands of artists. The ancient representations of Medusa were as varied as the stories told about her, but they all shared a common thread. Her image was one of power, of danger, and of a woman whose beauty had been turned into a weapon. In the earliest depictions of Medusa, she was often shown as a terrifying creature, her hair a mass of writhing serpents, her gaze enough to turn anyone who looked upon her into stone. These depictions were not subtle, they were bold and imposing. The ancient Greeks and Romans were masters of bringing myths to life, and Medusa, in her most monstrous form, became a symbol of chaos and destruction. The terror she invoked was so immense that she was frequently portrayed on the shields of warriors and the temples of gods. Her image became a talisman, a protective figure meant to ward off evil, to turn away harm. One of the most striking ancient representations of Medusa is the Gorgonian, a motif found on a variety of objects, from shields to pottery to temple pediments. The Gorgonian, often showing Medusa's head with her eyes wide open and her serpents coiling around her, was not just an image of fear. It was believed to possess apotropaic powers, meaning it could deflect harm and protect its bearer. This idea of Medusa as a protective symbol was deeply ingrained in the ancient Greek worldview, where the fearsome image of a monster could serve a divine purpose. Her monstrous face was no longer merely a symbol of a woman wronged, it had become a tool of defense, a shield against evil forces. As time passed, the representations of Medusa evolved, reflecting a shift in how the ancient world viewed her myth. In later depictions, particularly in Roman and Hellenistic art, Medusa's image became less about terror and more about the beauty that had been twisted into monstrosity. These representations often depicted her in a more serene, yet still powerful, light. In some sculptures and paintings, her face was not one of furious rage, but of a woman trapped in an eternal expression of anguish, her beauty still evident beneath the grotesque elements of her curse. The image of Medusa, once solely a warning, now carried the tragic weight of her story, the loss of innocence, the betrayal, and the divine cruelty that had shaped her. Her transformation from a beautiful woman into a monster was captured in these art forms in ways that highlighted the complexities of her character. She was no longer simply the monster to be feared, but a tragic figure whose beauty had been weaponized. Artists began to explore the tension between her beauty and her monstrosity, using her image to explore themes of power, victimhood, and the consequences of divine wrath. The contrasts in these depictions, between the soft features of her face and the hard, menacing presence of her serpents, spoke to the dual nature of Medusa's existence, the woman who was both victim and villain, beauty and terror. Medusa's portrayal also became a vehicle for exploring the theme of transformation. She was, after all, not born a monster, but made one by the cruelty of the gods. In sculptures, particularly those of the Hellenistic period, Medusa's face was sometimes shown with a mix of beauty and horror, her hair still serpentine but less wild, her eyes still sharp but with an expression that seemed almost melancholy. These later depictions allowed the viewer to feel sympathy for her, to recognize her as a tragic figure who had been shaped by forces beyond her control. Her beauty was not only a reminder of what she had lost, but a symbol of what had been taken from her. One of the most famous representations of Medusa is the work of the ancient sculptor Phidias, whose Medusa was placed on the Parthenon. This depiction of Medusa, seen on the temple's pediment, was not only a powerful artistic representation but also a political one. The image of Medusa was placed at the very heart of the temple dedicated to Athena, a goddess who had both cursed and punished Medusa. The placement of her image, surrounded by gods and heroes, speaks to the tension between divine punishment and divine power, between the victim and the deity who had cast that victim into monstrous form. The juxtaposition of Athena's image with that of Medusa was an ancient commentary on the complexity of justice, the conflict between victim and punisher, and the consequences of unchecked power. In Roman times, Medusa's image took on new forms, evolving once again as it was appropriated by emperors and rulers. Rather than the terrifying monster she had once been, Medusa was often depicted as a more subdued figure, her serpents tamed and her features softened. However, even in these more idealized depictions, there was still an underlying sense of danger. Medusa's head, often featured in jewelry, coins, and decorative items, was used to symbolize divine protection. The Roman emperors, who sought to associate themselves with the gods, used Medusa's image as a symbol of their own power. But here too, the duality of Medusa's nature, her beauty and her horror, was present. She was both a symbol of protection and a warning to those who dared to challenge the ruler's authority. The artistic representations of Medusa were not just confined to Greek and Roman art, they would go on to inspire countless artists, sculptors, and thinkers throughout history. Her image would be seen again and again in the works of Renaissance artists, in the theaters of the Baroque period, and even in modern art. Medusa's evolution from a terrifying monster to a symbol of empowerment and tragedy reflects the changing views of her myth, how, over time, she shifted from a representation of pure fear to a more complex figure, embodying both the anger of the victim and the power of the survivor. In the ancient world, the image of Medusa was powerful and multifaceted, shifting and changing as the culture around it evolved. But through all the variations, whether as a figure of terror, beauty, or divine protection, Medusa's image was one that could not be ignored. It became a reflection of the complexities of power, victimhood, and the way the world shapes those it harms. Her legacy, captured in stone and clay, would continue to live on, not just as a symbol of horror, but as a testament to the power of transformation and the lasting impact of injustice. Medusa's presence in Roman mythology is an intricate thread woven into the larger tapestry of Roman beliefs and storytelling. While her origins are in Greek mythology, where she was part of the trio of Gorgon sisters, her influence in Roman mythos evolved in ways that reflected the unique characteristics of Roman society: practicality, military prowess, and the quest for divine protection. In Roman thought, Medusa became more than just a terrifying figure of Greek myth. She morphed into a powerful symbol used for both protection and fear. Her image incorporated into the daily lives of the Roman people, from the elite to the common folk. In the early years of Roman history, the mythology of Greece was absorbed and adapted by Roman culture. As Roman civilization grew, so did their interpretations of the myths surrounding the gods and creatures of the ancient world. Medusa, once a part of the Greek pantheon as a symbol of vengeance and divine retribution, found her place in Roman art, religion, and power. Her story became part of a broader mythology that centered on the importance of divine favor, the protection of the state, and the symbolism of strength in both battle and leadership. Medusa's role in Roman mythology is often seen in the context of apotropaic symbolism, the idea that certain images, particularly Medusa's own face, could ward off evil, protect from harm, and ensure divine favor. This belief was deeply rooted in Roman religion and culture, and Medusa's image was frequently used in amulets, coins, and shields. Her terrifying visage, with eyes that could turn anyone who gazed upon her to stone, was considered not just an image of destruction but a protective one. The Romans, who valued military might and the protection of their empire, saw in Medusa a powerful ally against their enemies, a force that could protect them from malice, bad luck, and the forces of chaos. The use of Medusa's head as a symbol of protection was widespread in Roman society. Roman emperors, generals, and soldiers often wore jewelry adorned with her face or carried shields bearing her image. These amulets and shields were thought to ward off evil spirits and bring good fortune, particularly in the heat of battle. The very terror that Medusa inspired in her myth was harnessed to prevent harm to the bearer, turning the monster into a symbol of strength and divine favor rather than simply a creature of dread. Her gaze, once feared, was now feared by those who would do harm, creating a shift in how she was perceived, no longer a symbol of vulnerability but one of invincibility. Medusa's association with military might and divine favor was further solidified in the Roman era through her connection to the goddess Minerva. In Roman mythology, Minerva was the counterpart to the Greek goddess Athena, and both were associated with wisdom, warfare, and strategic planning. In one version of the myth, Minerva, Athena in Greek myth, was the one who cursed Medusa after the beautiful mortal priestess was violated by Poseidon in Athena's temple. However, as the Romans came into contact with this myth, they began to blend the stories. Minerva's connection to Medusa became more prominent, and the Gorgon's image was often used as a reminder of divine wisdom, the careful use of power, and the consequences of losing favor with the gods. Medusa's monstrous form became, in a way, a mirror of Minerva's own power, both a protector and a force of destruction when provoked. The famous mythological scene in which Perseus beheads Medusa found its place in Roman retellings as well, though in Roman adaptations, the story often took on a more heroic and less tragic tone. Perseus, the Greek hero who slayed Medusa, was sometimes reimagined in Roman stories as a model of the ideal Roman hero, brave, honorable, and successful in his quests. The myth, while still focusing on Medusa's destruction, also emphasized the triumph of Roman virtues like courage, resourcefulness, and honor in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. In this retelling, Medusa, the victim of divine cruelty, became less of a tragic figure and more of an obstacle for the hero to overcome, her death a necessary step in the heroic cycle. Yet, despite the Roman tendency to adapt and reshape myths to suit their ideals, Medusa's story retained its tragic edge, particularly in the ways she was represented in Roman art. Unlike in Greek depictions, where Medusa's image could range from fierce to sorrowful, Roman portrayals often emphasized the harshness of her transformation. While the focus was often on her fearsome attributes, the snakes, the stone-cold stare, the Roman artists also emphasized her loss of beauty, depicting her with a grotesque transformation that reflected not just physical change, but the deep, painful emotional and psychological toll of her curse. These representations focused less on her beauty and more on her monstrous form, a reflection of Roman society's fascination with both the fearsome and the tragic. In the context of Roman religion, Medusa's image was often used as an apotropaic symbol, not just to ward off evil but also to invoke the favor of powerful gods. Her face appeared on various artifacts associated with the Roman cults of the gods. It was believed that by using her image, Romans could invoke the protection of the gods against their enemies, whether in battle or in life. The power of Medusa's image as a protective force was so strong that it extended beyond just her role in mythology and became a fundamental part of Roman religious practice. In some cases, Medusa's influence in Roman mythology is also seen in the transformation of her story into a symbol of Roman imperial power. Emperors who wished to connect their reign to the divine protection of the gods would often use Medusa's image on their coins, sending a message to the people that they, too, had divine favor and that they were powerful, untouchable, and capable of protecting the empire from any threat. Medusa's image, once a symbol of victimhood and tragedy, had now been recontextualized into one of power, divinity, and the ability to conquer and protect. While Medusa in Roman mythology is often reduced to a symbol of power, protection, and military might, there remains an undercurrent of the tragedy that shaped her in Greek mythology. Roman portrayals of Medusa acknowledge her origins, yet they often strip away much of the sorrow and victimhood that accompanied her curse. Her image, while used to protect, still carries a weight, the weight of a woman whose beauty was abused, whose life was stolen by the wrath of the gods, whose transformation into a monster was not of her own making. Even in the context of Roman power, Medusa remains a tragic figure. Her story, while morphed into one of triumph and protection, never completely sheds the shadow of her curse. Through her enduring presence in Roman mythology, Medusa transformed from a monstrous figure of terror to a symbol of power, protection, and the complexities of divine intervention. Her image, both feared and revered, left an indelible mark on Roman culture, bridging the gap between ancient mythology and the broader religious and political ideologies that shaped the Roman Empire. The Medusa of Roman mythology was no longer simply the tragic victim, but a force to be reckoned with, a goddess, a protector, and a symbol of the untapped power within every victim-turned-warrior. The Medusa Rondanini is one of the most haunting and profound sculptures in the history of art, embodying the complex and tragic nature of Medusa's myth. Unlike the grotesque depictions of Medusa found in other works, the Medusa Rondanini presents her in a moment of profound vulnerability and suffering. The sculpture, dating back to the Hellenistic period, offers a glimpse into the emotional core of Medusa, capturing not just her monstrous transformation but the sorrow and grief that defined her existence long before she became a symbol of terror. The Rondanini Medusa, named after the Rondanini family who first possessed it, is unique in that it is unfinished, giving it an ethereal quality. It is a rare glimpse into the process of artistic creation, a fragmentary vision of a much larger whole. The head, which is what remains of the statue, shows Medusa's face turned slightly, her mouth slightly parted in what seems to be a moment of anguish or a suppressed scream. Her eyes, wide and expressive, seem caught in the throes of an overwhelming emotion, fear, sadness, or perhaps an understanding of her fate. Her hair, normally depicted as a mass of venomous snakes, is shown in a way that suggests something more delicate, as if even her serpents have been stripped of their terrifying power. The flowing, almost soft quality of her hair, sculpted in waves, contrasts sharply with the grim fate she faces. What makes the Medusa Rondanini so emotionally charged is the sense that it is unfinished, that the artist, whether out of time or choice, could not bring the piece to its final form. This sense of incompletion seems to mirror Medusa's own tragic narrative. The unfinished nature of the sculpture serves as a metaphor for her life, which was left incomplete by the cruelty of the gods. In Greek myth, Medusa's life is marked by a cruel twist of fate. She was once a beautiful woman, loved by many, but her beauty was punished, transformed into something monstrous by Athena's curse. The Rondanini Medusa, by remaining incomplete, mirrors this idea of a life that was never fully realized, a person who was forced into a role she did not choose, and whose potential was taken away from her. There is something deeply emotional about the way the Medusa Rondanini interacts with the viewer. The face of the Gorgon is not just a representation of rage or fear, as we see in other depictions of Medusa. Instead, the expression carved into the marble seems to communicate a deep sadness, an overwhelming grief that speaks directly to the viewer's heart. The unfinished quality of the piece gives the impression that Medusa, in her final moments, is in the midst of transformation. This ambiguity invites the viewer to interpret her expression in different ways. Is she angry about her fate? Is she remorseful for her actions? Is she mourning the loss of the woman she once was? The emotional complexity captured in the face of the Rondanini Medusa speaks to the heartache of being a victim of circumstances beyond one's control. The unfinished nature of the sculpture also invites us to question what Medusa might have been had her life not been derailed by the gods. In other depictions, Medusa is shown as a monster, terrifying and monstrous, a figure to be defeated. But the Rondanini Medusa forces us to confront the possibility that beneath the serpents, beneath the curse, there was a woman who was once whole, who was once beautiful and loved. This fleeting glimpse into the woman she might have been is what makes the Rondanini Medusa so captivating. It makes us see the tragedy of Medusa not just as the curse placed upon her, but as the loss of the life she could have had, a life marked by love, peace, and beauty. The face of the Medusa Rondanini also carries with it a powerful tension between beauty and horror. The delicacy of the carving, the softness of the features, suggest a figure that is human, relatable, almost compassionate. And yet, the very myth from which she emerges tells of the horrifying power she possessed. Medusa's gaze could turn men to stone, and in many other works, she is depicted with an expression of rage, her hair bristling with serpents, her mouth twisted in a snarl. But here, in the Rondanini Medusa, there is no rage, only sadness, only a lingering sense of something broken. The tension between her potential for beauty and the reality of her monstrous form creates a tragic irony. The Medusa that we see here is not the terrifying Gorgon of myth, but a woman, left incomplete, her beauty torn away by divine cruelty. This emotional depth is not only a product of the sculpture's execution, but also of the cultural context in which it was created. During the Hellenistic period, artists were increasingly interested in capturing human emotion in their work. They sought to depict not just the heroic and idealized figures of gods and heroes, but also the raw emotions of ordinary people, the anguish, fear, and sorrow that made them relatable to the viewer. The Medusa Rondanini is a perfect example of this shift toward emotional realism in art. It is a piece that asks not only to be admired for its technical skill, but also to be felt. Its unfinished quality, its sad, broken expression, evokes a deep empathy for Medusa's plight. Though the Medusa Rondanini is a fragment, it speaks volumes about the nature of tragedy in mythology. Unlike the other, more violent depictions of Medusa, this piece captures the emotional core of her story, the tragedy of a woman whose beauty was her undoing, whose transformation into a monster was not just the result of divine punishment, but of a story of loss. It reminds us that Medusa, beneath the myth of terror and revenge, was once a woman who was loved, who was cursed, and who became a symbol of something far greater than her appearance. The Rondanini Medusa may not have been completed, but it tells a story that transcends its form. The image of Medusa, with her sad, knowing eyes and soft, unfinished features, stays with the viewer long after they've seen the sculpture. It forces us to look beyond the mythology and to consider the human emotions that lie at the heart of the myth, a woman cursed by the gods, her life shattered, yet her humanity undeniable. In the unfinished beauty of the Medusa Rondanini, we find a story of suffering, loss, and the quiet resilience of a woman who, even in her monstrous form, cannot be erased from the memory of those who encounter her. Through the ages, Medusa's myth has been told and retold, her image morphed from that of a tragic figure into a symbol of terror and vengeance. But in recent years, her story has taken on a new dimension. Medusa, once the emblem of punishment and monstrosity, has become a powerful figure within feminist discourse. Her transformation from victim to villain, from a woman once beautiful to a monster feared by all, resonates deeply within the context of the struggles women have faced for centuries. Through a feminist lens, Medusa's tale is no longer merely one of divine wrath, but of victimization, victim blaming, and the consequences of patriarchal power. Medusa's transformation from a mortal woman into a Gorgon is, at its core, an act of violence, one that serves as a harsh commentary on the treatment of women in myth and society. Medusa was punished by Athena, not for any crime she committed, but because she was violated by Poseidon. In an act that reeks of injustice, the goddess Athena, rather than punishing the god, punishes Medusa. She is turned into a monster for having been wronged, an innocent woman made into something terrifying. From a feminist perspective, this act embodies the devastating reality that women are often blamed for the violence done to them, held accountable for the actions of men, and forced to bear the burden of society's judgment. The curse Athena places on Medusa is cruel. Her beauty is stripped away, replaced with snakes that will make anyone who looks upon her turn to stone. What was once a symbol of power, her beauty, now becomes a weapon of terror. This transformation mirrors the way in which women's power is often demonized or weaponized in a patriarchal society. Medusa's beauty, which once attracted attention, admiration, and love, is now the very thing that isolates her and turns her into a figure of fear. Her outward transformation reflects the internalized misogyny of society, the way in which women are punished either for being too powerful, too beautiful, or, in some cases, simply for existing as they are. The feminist lens highlights the inherent injustice in Medusa's fate. She is, after all, a victim, and yet she is the one who is punished. This reflects the broader societal tendency to blame women for the wrongdoings of men. The myth of Medusa, then, becomes a tragic commentary on the way in which women are frequently punished for the violence committed against them. Her transformation into a monster, rather than a figure of pity, is often seen through the patriarchal lens as a moral lesson. A woman who dares to show her beauty or sexuality is punished, a cautionary tale about the consequences of female allure and power. But in the feminist reading, Medusa's transformation is not a punishment, it is a consequence of a world that seeks to control and suppress women's autonomy. In this light, Medusa's story is not just one of victimhood, but of reclaiming power. Though she is cursed, though she becomes a symbol of fear, Medusa retains control over those who dare to look upon her. The power of her gaze becomes a weapon against the very forces that would seek to silence or subjugate her. By turning men to stone, Medusa turns the tables. She becomes a figure of vengeance, her rage justified by the injustice done to her. She represents the suppressed anger of women who have been silenced, objectified, and mistreated, their emotions turned into something dangerous by a world that refuses to listen. Her gaze, once a symbol of beauty, becomes the embodiment of resistance. She transforms from a victim into a warrior, a woman who has been wronged and who now seeks to protect herself from further harm. The feminist interpretation of Medusa also draws attention to her isolation. Exiled to the island, alone and abandoned, Medusa is removed from society, stripped of any human connection. Her punishment is not just physical, it is emotional, mental, and social. She is forced into a life of solitude, separated from the world that once admired her. This isolation speaks to the way women, particularly those who step outside societal expectations or challenge patriarchal norms, are often cast aside or marginalized. Whether it's a woman who refuses to conform to traditional gender roles or one who dares to speak out against injustice, the result is often a forced isolation. In Medusa's case, this exile is not just a punishment, it's a silencing of her voice, a way of ensuring that she can no longer speak out against the violence done to her. Yet, despite her punishment, Medusa's story is one of resilience. Her existence in isolation does not signify defeat. She becomes a figure of power, not because of the gods or heroes who attempt to defeat her, but because of her ability to endure, to survive, and to wield the power given to her. In her isolation, Medusa learns to control her gaze, to become a force of her own. She may be trapped in a cycle of vengeance, but it is through this cycle that she asserts her autonomy, her right to exist and to resist. In this way, Medusa represents the strength of women who, even when cast out, still fight for their voice, for their agency, and for their identity. Furthermore, the feminist reading of Medusa's myth also addresses the problematic way in which her story intersects with male heroism. In the myth, Medusa becomes a monster to be slain, her head a trophy for the hero Perseus. The act of killing her, while framed as a heroic quest, also highlights how women's pain and suffering have historically been commodified, used as a means to glorify male heroes. Perseus's victory over Medusa is often celebrated, but it is done so at the cost of Medusa's humanity. She is reduced to a challenge to be overcome, her narrative subsumed into the larger narrative of male triumph. This dynamic is deeply entrenched in the stories that have shaped our collective understanding of mythology and gender. In the feminist reading, the slaying of Medusa is not a triumph, but a tragedy, one where the woman, whose suffering should be acknowledged and understood, is instead erased in favor of the hero's glory. Through the feminist lens, Medusa's story becomes a poignant critique of how society has historically treated women, blaming them for the wrongs done to them, isolating them, and stripping away their humanity. But it also highlights the possibility for resistance, for reclaiming power, and for finding strength in the face of trauma. Medusa's rage is not irrational, it is a response to the immense injustice done to her. Her monstrous form is not her fault, but it is the form she takes to survive in a world that seeks to destroy her. Medusa's myth, through a feminist lens, is not simply one of punishment and vengeance. It is the story of a woman who has been wronged, silenced, and cast out, but who, in the process, finds her own power, her own voice. It is the story of every woman who has been blamed for the violence done to her, every woman who has been forced into silence, and every woman who has had to reclaim her autonomy in the face of a world that seeks to suppress her. Medusa, in the end, is not just a monster. She is a symbol of survival, of resilience, and of the transformative power of anger when it is directed against the forces that seek to oppress. The monster archetype, as old as civilization itself, has been etched into the fabric of storytelling across cultures, from the towering giants of myth to the creatures lurking in the shadows of modern horror. It is a symbol of fear, a reflection of the darker aspects of human nature, but it is also something else, a vehicle for exploring the depths of our own consciousness, a reflection of societal fears and desires. Medusa, with her serpentine hair, the power to turn those who gaze upon her to stone, is one of the most enduring embodiments of this monster archetype. But like all great monsters, she defies simple categorization. Her monstrosity, rooted in both beauty and terror, challenges the very notion of what it means to be monstrous. Her myth raises the question, is the monster truly the one who causes harm, or is it society's rejection and fear of the other that creates the monstrosity in the first place? Medusa's transformation into a monster is the culmination of a violent and tragic sequence of events. She begins as a beautiful woman, loved by many, before being cursed by Athena after Poseidon violates her in Athena's temple. Rather than punishing Poseidon, Athena punishes Medusa, turning her into a Gorgon, a creature whose beauty is transformed into a terrifying weapon. Medusa's monstrous nature is imposed upon her by the gods, but it is not merely a physical transformation. Her curse is psychological, too. She is isolated, abandoned, and turned into something to be feared, a reflection of how society often turns on those who are different or those who challenge its norms. The monster is not born from evil but from suffering, pain, and rejection. The monster archetype is, at its core, about otherness, the idea that something or someone is different, unrecognizable, and therefore threatening. Medusa, once human, is now monstrous, not because she chooses to be, but because of the forces that strip her of her humanity. Her curse turns her into a being that cannot be touched, cannot be approached without danger. She becomes a symbol of the other, a representation of all that is feared and rejected. But like many monstrous figures, Medusa is not simply an embodiment of terror. She is also a victim, and therein lies the complexity of her character. The otherness that defines her monstrosity is born not from a fundamental evil within her, but from the way she is treated by the world around her. The very nature of the monster archetype is that it is often created in response to societal fear or prejudice. Monsters like Medusa are a mirror, reflecting back our own insecurities, anxieties, and unacknowledged desires. Medusa, in her monstrous form, represents an inversion of traditional ideals of beauty and femininity. In many cultures, women's beauty has been seen as a source of power, something to be admired, desired, and often controlled. Medusa's transformation turns beauty into something that repels, something that turns others to stone. Her beauty, once something to be revered, now becomes a curse. This inversion challenges the societal notion that beauty is inherently good, or that it should be used to gain favor, affection, or power. Medusa's monstrosity becomes a rebellion against these very ideals, a rejection of the idea that women's value is intrinsically linked to their appearance. Her transformation into a monster is a powerful statement on the dangers of reducing women, or any individual, to their outward appearance, and how society punishes those who do not conform to its standards of beauty and femininity. This connection between beauty and monstrosity speaks to one of the most enduring themes of the monster archetype, the fear of the unknown or the taboo. Medusa, once a beautiful woman, is turned into a creature whose beauty is corrupted, whose form is transformed into something terrifying and unnatural. The snake-haired Gorgon challenges the very notion of beauty, suggesting that even the most admired qualities can be twisted into something monstrous. Her form disrupts the accepted order of things, creating a sense of unease and fear in those who encounter her. This fear is not just of her monstrous appearance, but of what it signifies: the breakdown of societal norms, the rejection of traditional standards, and the fear of what lies beyond the familiar. But it is important to remember that Medusa's monstrosity is imposed upon her. She is not born a monster, she is made one. Her transformation into the Gorgon is a punishment for a crime she did not commit, a reflection of how society creates monsters by imposing labels, by casting out those who are different or who do not conform. Medusa's curse is not merely a transformation, it is an act of social rejection. She becomes a monster because she is no longer allowed to be human. In this way, Medusa is a poignant example of how monsters often reflect the societies that create them. They are the product of exclusion, judgment, and fear. And yet, just as the monster is created by society, it is also a reflection of what society fears most about itself: its own inability to accept difference, to acknowledge its own flaws, or to embrace what is unfamiliar. Medusa's myth is rich with psychological layers that make her an enduring figure in the exploration of the monster archetype. Her monstrosity is a direct response to the violence done to her. She does not choose to become a Gorgon, she is forced into that role by the gods. Her transformation is a physical manifestation of her emotional trauma, and in that sense, she embodies the archetype of the monster as a tragic figure. Medusa's curse is a form of psychological violence, a punishment for being a victim. She becomes the monster society needs her to be in order to explain her suffering and to cast it aside. But in her monstrous form, she also becomes a powerful symbol of resistance. She challenges the world that has rejected her, asserting her power in a world that would prefer to ignore her pain. Like all great monsters, Medusa transcends her myth. She becomes more than just a figure of terror, she becomes a symbol of the power of transformation. Her monstrosity is not something that can be easily dismissed. It demands attention, understanding, and empathy. She forces us to confront the way in which society creates its monsters and to question what it means to be other. Medusa is not just a monster, she is a reflection of society's fear of those who do not conform. She is the embodiment of suffering turned to power, the result of violence that seeks to impose silence, but also the strength that arises from embracing one's pain and using it to survive. Her monstrosity is not her own fault, but it is the form she takes to assert her existence in a world that wants to erase her. In the end, the monster archetype is not merely about what terrifies us. It is about what we choose to fear, what we reject, and what we fail to understand. Medusa, as a monster, embodies these fears in all their complexity. She is not just a threat to be destroyed, but a reminder of how society shapes the other and how it turns trauma into terror. Her myth forces us to confront the ways in which we create monsters, and in doing so, it asks us to examine the monsters within ourselves. Medusa's image, once feared for its monstrous power, now stands as a complex psychological symbol, often explored within the framework of psychoanalysis. Her myth and transformation embody the darker recesses of the human psyche, our deepest fears, suppressed desires, and the consequences of trauma. In this context, Medusa's transformation from a beautiful woman to a terrifying Gorgon offers an insightful narrative into how the unconscious mind can shape reality and create monsters, both literal and figurative. Through the lens of psychoanalysis, Medusa is not just a monster, but a profound representation of human trauma, repressed anger, and the fear of being seen or understood. Medusa's curse by Athena is not just a physical transformation, but a psychological one, marking the moment when her beauty, once a source of admiration and affection, becomes the very thing that traps her in a perpetual state of monstrosity. To understand this in psychoanalytic terms, one must first look at the concept of the mirror stage in Lacanian theory, where an infant first recognizes itself in a mirror. This recognition is a complex moment of self-identity, but it also marks the beginning of self-alienation. Medusa's transformation can be seen as the ultimate mirror stage in reverse. Rather than recognizing herself in a mirror as an object of beauty and love, she is condemned to become something terrifying and alien to herself. Her beauty, a reflection of innocence and purity, becomes something grotesque, a mirror that no longer offers recognition but fear. The figure of Medusa, especially her gaze, has been widely discussed in psychoanalysis as a representation of castration anxiety. In Freudian terms, castration anxiety refers to a deep fear of losing power or identity, often linked to a fear of the loss of the penis in males or the fear of powerlessness in females. Medusa's gaze, which turns men to stone, is often seen as a symbolic manifestation of this fear. The fear of her gaze is the fear of being immobilized, of being rendered impotent, of losing control over one's own body. For men, this is an anxiety rooted in a fear of the feminine, a fear that the power of women can disrupt or control them in ways that threaten their own masculinity. Medusa, in this sense, becomes a representation of the repressed aspects of the masculine psyche, the fear of vulnerability, the fear of being rendered powerless, and the punishment that society inflicts on those who are too close to the other or the unknown. However, Medusa's power is not limited to castration anxiety. Her gaze, in a more contemporary psychoanalytic view, can also represent the repressed anger and trauma of the feminine. Her story is one of victimhood. She is punished not for her own actions, but for the violence done to her by Poseidon. She is violated, and rather than being shown compassion, she is cursed. This punishment, while external, symbolizes the way in which trauma is internalized, often leading to the formation of destructive mechanisms in the psyche. Medusa's transformation into a Gorgon reflects the internalization of this trauma. She becomes a vessel of anger and hurt, turning outward the pain that was once inflicted upon her. Her gaze, which turns men to stone, can be seen as a projection of repressed rage, a defense mechanism that protects her from further victimization by turning the world that has wronged her into a static, immobile version of itself. This psychoanalytic reading also ties into the idea of the return of the repressed, a concept introduced by Freud. In essence, this is the idea that unconscious desires or emotions that are repressed will inevitably surface in one way or another. For Medusa, her initial beauty, what was once seen as an object of desire, is repressed by the violent curse, only to return in the form of monstrous power. The very thing that was once adored becomes the weapon of retribution. Her beauty, repressed by the gods, is replaced with a monstrous form that emerges as both a defense mechanism and a symbol of suppressed emotions that have now turned destructive. In psychoanalysis, this return of the repressed is often linked to a breakdown of the ego's defense systems, where the unconscious desires or traumas are no longer contained and start to disrupt the individual's sense of self. Medusa's monsters, her serpentine hair and the petrifying gaze, are the physical manifestation of this disruption, where the repressed is no longer manageable and begins to unravel the very fabric of her identity. The concept of the castrating woman, a key figure in psychoanalysis, is also exemplified in Medusa's myth. She becomes a figure that threatens to destroy masculinity, not in an overtly sexual sense, but by challenging the idea of male dominance and control. Her monstrous form is seen as a retribution against the patriarchy, and her gaze, which renders men immobile, represents a reclaiming of agency in a world where women's voices and bodies have been historically marginalized or controlled. In this way, Medusa represents the return of the powerful feminine, one that was suppressed, shamed, and punished but now reasserting itself through violence and anger. The archetype of the castrating woman is often linked to repressed rage against patriarchal systems, and Medusa, with her power to turn men into stone, becomes a symbol of this violence. However, it's important to consider Medusa as a symbol of the fragment itself. Her transformation represents a break between her former human self and her current monstrous identity. In psychoanalytic theory, fragmentation often occurs in response to trauma, as the psyche struggles to reconcile different parts of the self. Medusa's fractured identity, caught between her former self as a beautiful woman and her new self as a Gorgon, mirrors the psychological struggle of someone attempting to reconcile their trauma with their identity. The physical transformation becomes a metaphor for the psychological process of splitting, where the conscious mind cannot fully integrate the painful or unbearable aspects of the self and thus divides them into different identities. Medusa's duality, the woman and the monster, speaks to the complexity of the human psyche, where trauma leaves lasting scars, and healing often requires an acceptance of the parts of ourselves we fear or reject. Medusa's gaze also symbolizes the concept of the other, a central theme in psychoanalysis. She is both an object of desire and an object of fear. Her beauty draws attention, but her gaze repels. She embodies the tension between attraction and repulsion, the known and the unknown. The fear of Medusa's gaze is the fear of being seen in ways that are beyond our control. She becomes a symbol of how we fear our own unconscious truths, the things about ourselves that we hide or repress, and how, when faced with these truths, we are often paralyzed, unable to move or act. Her ability to turn others to stone represents the stasis that comes from confronting the repressed, the immobilizing effect that trauma or unacknowledged desires can have on the psyche. In the end, psychoanalysis invites us to see Medusa not just as a mythological figure or a villain, but as a profound symbol of the complexities of the human condition. Her transformation is a direct result of the violence inflicted upon her, and her monstrosity reflects the ways in which trauma, repression, and anger shape the psyche. Her gaze is both a weapon and a defense, a manifestation of the unconscious mind's power to protect itself and seek retribution. Medusa's story, through a psychoanalytic lens, becomes a reflection of how we, too, carry our own monsters, shaped by our past, our traumas, and our desires, and how these monsters are not always something to be feared, but something to be understood. There's a chilling stillness in the air, an oppressive weight that grows heavier with each passing second. You can almost feel the eyes of Medusa upon you, the weight of her gaze, even though she's not physically present. It's the terrifying unknown that haunts you, the knowledge that to meet her gaze is to be paralyzed, trapped in a moment of eternity, turned to stone. Her eyes, both mesmerizing and deadly, serve as a gateway to the most primal fears, a symbol of the power of sight and the fear of being seen. But it's not just about petrification. Medusa's gaze represents a far more complex psychological and symbolic force, a confrontation with the self, with what is hidden and repressed in the deepest corners of our consciousness. The power of Medusa's gaze is not merely physical, it is psychological, emotional, and deeply symbolic. To look into her eyes is to be frozen, not just in a literal sense, but in the way we often freeze when confronted with the parts of ourselves we fear the most. Her gaze forces a reckoning with what is unknown, with what lies beneath the surface. It is the terror of vulnerability, the fear of being exposed for who we truly are, of having our deepest secrets and insecurities laid bare for the world to see. In the moment you lock eyes with Medusa, you are confronted with an inescapable truth. The very act of seeing is both an exposure and a transformation. For centuries, Medusa's gaze has been interpreted as a terrifying weapon, turning anyone who dares to look at her into stone. The petrification, however, is not just a literal transformation. It is a symbolic reflection of how we freeze in the face of our own fears, how we become immobilized by the things we cannot control. We all carry within us some version of Medusa's gaze, our own fears and anxieties that paralyze us when we dare to confront them. The petrification is the paralysis of the self, the way in which we lock ourselves in place, unable to move forward, unable to change, when we face the parts of us that are unhealed, unacknowledged, or repressed. Medusa's gaze, as it turns men to stone, can also be seen as a powerful metaphor for the fear of feminine power. Her gaze is an expression of an untamed, dangerous force, a force that is both destructive and protective. The very power that petrifies others is a defense mechanism against violation, against the violence inflicted upon her. Medusa's curse is a reflection of how society fears women who claim their own power, who refuse to conform to the passive, submissive roles that are often assigned to them. Her gaze, in this sense, becomes a powerful symbol of the fear of the feminine, the fear of women who are not contained, who do not bend to the will of others. Medusa's power is a reclaiming of agency, a form of defense against the violence done to her. But the gaze of Medusa is also more than just a fearsome weapon. It is a mirror, a reflection of the psyche itself. To gaze upon Medusa is to see something in yourself, something that frightens you, something that is hidden in the deepest recesses of your soul. Her gaze invites you to confront your own monsters, to look into the face of your fears and see what lies beneath. It is the terror of self-reflection, the fear of what you might uncover if you truly look into the depths of your own soul. Her eyes are windows to a deeper truth, one that we often choose not to see, for fear that it will be too much to bear. When we look into Medusa's gaze, we are not just looking at her. We are looking at ourselves, at the parts of us that we hide, repress, or deny. The petrification, then, is not just a physical state, it is a psychological one. It is the freezing of the self in the face of truth. When you meet Medusa's gaze, you are forced to confront what you have been running from, what you have been hiding from. You are paralyzed, not because of the physical transformation, but because of the weight of the revelation. It is the fears that comes with exposure, with the unveiling of the truth that you have kept buried for so long. In that moment, the terror of Medusa's gaze is not just in the transformation, it is in the realization that there is no escape from what you have been avoiding. The stone is not just a prison for the body, it is a prison for the soul. Medusa's gaze can also be interpreted as a metaphor for trauma, particularly the trauma of violation and victimization. Her curse, after all, is not one she chose, it was thrust upon her by Poseidon's actions and Athena's punishment. Her gaze becomes an outward expression of the internalized pain, a way of externalizing the horror that has been inflicted upon her. It is as though, by turning others to stone, Medusa is able to give form to the paralyzing fear and helplessness that were imposed on her. Her gaze is the manifestation of the trauma that she can no longer bear to carry within herself. It is the trauma that takes root deep within the psyche and festers, eventually transforming into something dangerous, something that threatens to turn the world around her into stone. The gaze becomes both a shield and a weapon, a way of asserting power over the very forces that have victimized her. For Medusa, the gaze is a means of reclaiming agency. In a world where she has been punished for the actions of others, her ability to turn those who look upon her into stone becomes a form of control, a way to hold the power that was stripped from her. It is the ultimate act of resistance, a way to protect herself from further harm. And yet, the gaze also carries a heavy cost. To wield such power is to be alone, to be an outcast, to live in isolation. Medusa's gaze traps not only others, but herself as well. She is imprisoned by her own power, unable to interact with the world in any way that does not lead to violence and alienation. Her gaze is both her greatest strength and her most profound curse, a reminder that power can come at a great cost, and that the things we fear most can also be the things that define us. But there's something even deeper within Medusa's gaze, a longing. In the moments before she became a monster, Medusa was a woman of beauty, of life, of possibility. Her transformation into a Gorgon was not just a punishment but a loss. The terror of her gaze is not simply about destruction, it is about a yearning for connection that she is no longer able to have. The act of looking becomes an act of longing, a desperate desire for human contact, for touch, for recognition, for love. But this longing is forever out of reach, because every gaze she meets is met with petrification, a permanent barrier between her and the world. Her gaze is, in essence, a metaphor for isolation, the deep and unyielding loneliness that comes from being both feared and misunderstood. It is the tragic reality that the very thing that once made her desirable, her beauty, has now become the very thing that keeps her from being seen, from being touched, from being loved. Medusa's gaze, then, is a paradox. It is at once a weapon and a shield, a reflection of both terror and desire. It is the embodiment of fear, but also the expression of a longing that is never realized. Her gaze forces us to confront the parts of ourselves that we would rather not see, to face the monsters that dwell within our own hearts. And in that confrontation, we are forced to ask ourselves, what happens when we gaze into the abyss and become the monsters we fear? Medusa, once a mythological figure cloaked in terror, has found herself reimagined time and time again throughout the ages. But in modern art, she takes on a new, transformative form. No longer just the terrifying monster of ancient lore, Medusa is now a symbol of deeper themes, a reflection of modern fears, desires, and the complexities of identity. The sharp contrast between her ancient myth and her modern interpretations provides a haunting narrative, a tale of a woman scorned, a victim turned vengeful, and ultimately, an icon of empowerment. In the hands of contemporary artists, Medusa's image is shaped, fractured, and rebuilt, challenging our perception of beauty, power, and the grotesque. At the core of modern art's fascination with Medusa is her duality. In the past, she was feared for her monstrous traits, her snaky hair, her gaze that turned men to stone, and her grotesque form. But in modern reinterpretations, her image transcends mere horror, morphing into something more poignant. Artists, whether through sculpture, painting, or mixed media, have explored the ambiguity of Medusa's persona. She is both victim and villain, beauty and beast, vulnerable and powerful. The ancient myth, which depicted her as a victim of Poseidon's violence and Athena's wrath, has found resonance in contemporary conversations about trauma, injustice, and the silencing of women. In these modern renditions, Medusa is not only a monstrous figure but a woman who has been pushed to the edge, and whose anger is both understandable and tragic. The portrayal of Medusa in modern art often reflects a raw and unfiltered emotional landscape, capturing the complex layers of her story. No longer simply a symbol of destruction, Medusa is reimagined as a symbol of resistance. Artists have turned her gaze into something that can both petrify and empower. In sculptures and paintings, Medusa's eyes often hold a sense of knowing, as if she is no longer simply reacting to the world around her, but challenging it. She is depicted as a figure who has been harmed, but who now holds the power to make others see her pain. She stares not just at the viewer, but through them, a visual commentary on the objectification and victimization of women throughout history. The gaze that once paralyzed is now one of confrontation, a demand for recognition of the suffering that has shaped her, as well as the power that emerges from that suffering. Take, for instance, the famous image of Medusa painted by Caravaggio. The Baroque masterpiece captures her face in a moment of rage and terror, just before Perseus's sword is about to sever her head. The raw emotion in her expression, frightened, furious, and yet resigned, captures a modern understanding of female rage and vulnerability. Though the painting adheres to the classical myth, the emotion conveyed is unmistakably contemporary. Medusa is not just a monster, she is a woman caught in a tragic cycle of violence, punishment, and victimization. The viewer is forced to confront the rawness of her emotions, which can no longer be ignored or dismissed. In modern sculpture, Medusa's image is often rendered in a way that emphasizes her humanity alongside her monstrosity. Sculptors focus on her facial features, presenting her not as a mere creature of myth, but as a woman marked by grief and pain. Artists like Luciano Garbati have sought to reclaim Medusa's image by presenting her as a defiant figure, a woman who holds her severed head aloft, not in defeat, but in triumph. The pose, one of strength and defiance, reimagines Medusa not as a passive victim but as a symbol of empowerment. It speaks to the modern desire to reclaim agency, to transform victimhood into strength, and to challenge the power structures that have long silenced women. Modern interpretations also highlight the way in which Medusa's hair, once a symbol of her monstrosity, has been transformed into something more profound. In the ancient myth, her snakes were a grotesque feature that symbolized her transformation from a beautiful woman to a feared monster. Today, her hair is often depicted as a wild, untamed mass of serpents, no longer a sign of punishment, but of power. The snakes are now symbols of resilience and strength, a representation of the multifaceted nature of the feminine. They are no longer the instruments of Medusa's downfall, but the very source of her power, her ability to resist, to fight back, and to protect herself. In this way, the serpents have become a symbol of the untapped power within every woman, the strength that often goes unseen, but is always present. Medusa's image also speaks to modern themes of transformation, both physical and psychological. Many contemporary artists have explored how Medusa's physical transformation from beauty to monstrosity mirrors the emotional and psychological changes that people, particularly women, experience in response to trauma. The disfigurement of Medusa's beauty becomes a metaphor for how the world punishes women for expressing their power, for being too visible, too outspoken. Her transformation is not just a curse but a reflection of the harm caused by the societal forces that seek to silence her. Today, the emphasis is on the resilience that comes from such trauma, how the breaking of the self can lead to the creation of something more powerful, more complex, and more authentic. Some artists, particularly in the feminist movement, have reinterpreted Medusa's story as a form of resistance to patriarchy and the male gaze. For centuries, Medusa was a symbol of male fear. Her gaze petrified men, rendering them immobile, powerless. In modern art, this imagery is subverted. Rather than seeing Medusa as a mere object of male fear and desire, she is re-envisioned as a woman whose gaze is a tool of resistance. In this light, her gaze is not something to be feared, but something to be empowered. The petrification of men in her gaze is no longer a passive act of destruction, but a reclaiming of agency, a challenge to the dominance of male power. Through this lens, Medusa becomes a feminist icon, her monstrous form a powerful statement about the strength that can arise from trauma, anger, and resistance. Her myth has also become a symbol for the complexities of the human condition. Medusa is not just a simple monster, she is a figure who embodies contradiction. She is both victim and aggressor, beauty and beast, victimizer and victim. In the modern world, this duality resonates with our understanding of identity. Many artists depict Medusa as a fractured or fragmented figure, capturing the complexity of her transformation. These modern representations challenge us to look beyond the surface, to see the layers of complexity that define her. Medusa is no longer just the villain of an ancient myth, she is a symbol of the ways in which we all navigate the complexities of identity, trauma, and power. In literature, Medusa's image has also been used to explore the complexities of beauty and the consequences of objectification. The idea of Medusa as a woman whose beauty has been distorted into something terrifying speaks to the dangers of reducing women to their appearance. Artists and writers alike have used her myth to comment on how society's obsession with beauty and perfection can lead to the destruction of individuality and identity. Medusa, in these interpretations, is a woman whose beauty has been weaponized, whose value has been defined by her appearance, and who has been punished for possessing the very thing that society desires. In this way, modern art and literature give Medusa a voice, one that speaks not just of anger, but of the deep loneliness and alienation that come with being reduced to an object of desire. Medusa in modern art represents a complex and multi-layered character who resonates with the struggles of today's world. She is not just a mythological figure, she is an icon, a symbol of transformation, resistance, power, and the complexities of identity. Whether depicted as a tragic victim, a vengeful monster, or a defiant feminist, Medusa's image speaks to the depths of human emotion, the trauma that shapes us, and the power that comes from reclaiming one's voice. Through the lens of modern art, Medusa's story continues to evolve, challenging our perceptions of beauty, power, and the grotesque. And as her image is reimagined, so too is our understanding of her, a woman who was once feared, but is now an enduring symbol of strength, defiance, and resilience. The story of Medusa has found a home in the hearts of many, lurking in the shadows of pop culture like a whispered legend, ever evolving and adapting to the changing tides of society. Her image, once confined to the dusty corners of ancient mythology, has become a ubiquitous symbol that stretches across comic books, films, television shows, music videos, and fashion runways. She is no longer just a terrifying creature from the past, but a dynamic, layered figure in the present, endlessly reinterpreted by modern creators. The pop culture version of Medusa is as much about the transformation of the myth itself as it is about society's transformation in the way we view her, both as a monster and as a woman. Medusa's presence in pop culture is as varied as it is powerful. She has been reimagined as everything from a villain to a feminist icon, from a misunderstood creature to a goddess of vengeance. Her transition from being a tragic figure in mythology to a character of empowerment and rebellion in modern narratives speaks volumes about the shifting perceptions of female power, identity, and autonomy. In comic books, films, and TV series, Medusa is not just a monster to be slain. She's someone to be understood, someone to be reckoned with, her humanity often reflected in the darkness of her eyes and the strength in her gaze. One of the most striking examples of Medusa in pop culture is her depiction in the realm of superhero comics. Medusa, as a character, takes on various forms, some of them empowered and some fraught with tragic undertones. In Marvel Comics, Medusa is often associated with the Inhumans, a race of superpowered beings, where she is portrayed as a regal figure with her long, living hair, each strand of it acting as an independent, highly controllable force. This reimagining of Medusa presents her as a force to be reckoned with, a queen who holds dominion over her own fate. Her hair is no longer a burden or a symbol of punishment, but a unique weapon, one that is as powerful as the force of her will. Here, Medusa embodies both the monstrous and the majestic, challenging the traditional archetype of female vulnerability. But beyond comic books, Medusa's myth has become a haunting symbol in countless films, TV shows, and books. Her story has been woven into the narratives of countless characters, often reinterpreted to fit modern themes of self-empowerment, revenge, and personal transformation. In films like Clash of the Titans, both the 1981 original and the 2010 remake, Medusa appears not as a creature of simple evil, but as an outcast, a tragic figure. Her transformation into a Gorgon, cursed by the gods, becomes a reflection of the consequences of divine injustice. Her very existence is a commentary on the isolation, alienation, and monstrousness that is imposed upon those who have been wronged by society. In these versions, we're reminded that Medusa, though seemingly monstrous, was once human, and her violence is the direct result of her suffering and abuse. One of the most fascinating shifts in Medusa's pop culture trajectory is her emergence as a feminist icon. The last few decades have seen a growing appreciation for her as a figure who can no longer be pigeonholed as a mere villain. Instead, she is increasingly seen as a woman who has been victimized and then transformed into a force of resistance. As women's voices have grown louder in various cultural spheres, so too has Medusa's. No longer is she simply a woman to be feared. Instead, she is a representation of the anger and agency that women, throughout history, have had to find within themselves to fight back against the world that has oppressed them. Medusa, as depicted in art, literature, and media, has become a symbol for those who have been silenced, stigmatized, and punished for their power, their appearance, or their autonomy. In literature, particularly in novels and retellings of Greek myths, Medusa is often framed not as a monster but as a woman with a heartbreaking backstory, her beauty cursed, her innocence stolen, and her life shaped by violence and betrayal. In books like The Gorgon's Head or Medusa's Web by Tim Powers, she is depicted as a figure whose transformation into the mythic monster was an act of survival, not choice. These narratives explore themes of loss, grief, and the ways in which trauma manifests itself in both the personal and the cultural. Medusa becomes a symbol of the consequences of systemic violence against women and the devastating impact of the gods' indifference. The music industry has also embraced Medusa as a metaphor. Her story has been featured in numerous songs, often symbolizing the darker aspects of female empowerment or the destructive forces of emotional hurt. Artists have used her as a lens through which to explore issues of objectification, power dynamics, and the consequences of societal rejection. Medusa's image, her serpent-like hair and her unyielding gaze, has become synonymous with resistance to patriarchal norms. She is the embodiment of reclaiming one's own narrative, no longer the passive victim of male violence, but an active force capable of confronting, and even overcoming, the darkness that has been forced upon her. Medusa's role as a pop culture icon also speaks to the ways in which society grapples with beauty, fear, and power. The snake-haired monster of mythology, once a terrifying figure of abomination, is increasingly shown to have depth, complexity, and even sympathy. In the way she has been embraced by the modern feminist movement, Medusa represents the notion that women are often vilified for qualities, such as their power or their beauty, that make others uncomfortable. Her gaze, once the ultimate symbol of male fear, is now seen as a form of resistance, a challenge to a world that seeks to control, silence, and diminish the feminine. No longer a victim, Medusa is now a figure of empowerment who reflects the growing recognition of women's strength and the importance of reclaiming agency in the face of victimization. Her image also intersects with contemporary ideas about identity and the pressure of conformity. In fashion and advertising, Medusa's serpentine features have become symbols of rebellion against traditional beauty standards. Her sharp contrast to the delicate and traditional ideals of beauty brings a certain rawness and authenticity to the conversation about what it means to be beautiful, powerful, and unapologetically yourself. Medusa, with her wild hair and intense gaze, challenges what society often defines as acceptable beauty, showing that power, confidence, and fierceness are as beautiful as any idealized image of femininity. Perhaps most strikingly, Medusa's presence in pop culture reflects how myths are not static but evolve with the times. What started as a tale of punishment and transformation has blossomed into a symbol of transformation and survival. As society continues to face issues of gender inequality, violence, and injustice, Medusa's story continues to evolve, offering a voice to those who have been silenced and empowering those who have been cast aside. Her myth reminds us that monsters are often made, not born, that people, particularly women, can transform their pain and suffering into power, even if that transformation is one that society finds frightening. In pop culture, Medusa has shed her role as a mere figure of horror and become an enduring symbol of strength, resilience, and the complexity of identity. She is no longer just a monster to be vanquished, but the powerful force who defies the constraints placed upon her. From the pages of comics to the screens of modern cinema, Medusa has evolved into something more than a myth. She has become a symbol for anyone who has been misunderstood, mistreated, or misrepresented. Her image may be horrifying, but it also carries with it the promise of transformation, liberation, and the reclamation of power. In today's world, Medusa's myth is not one of terror but of triumph. The world has always told her story. They have crafted her as a monster, a villain in a myth that has been passed down through the ages. She has been reduced to an image, a serpent-haired beast whose gaze turns men to stone. But they have never truly heard her. No one has asked what it felt like to be her, what it was like to endure the trauma, the loneliness, the pain of a fate that was thrust upon her. She has been silenced, her voice swallowed by the narrative of male fear and divine wrath. But now, it is her turn to speak. It wasn't always this way. Once, Medusa was like any other, human, beautiful, free. There was a time when the world saw her as a gift. Her laughter filled the air like music, and her beauty was unmatched, like a ray of sunlight on a still ocean. She was adored. She was loved. Until that day, the day when the gods, in their arrogance and their cruelty, decided that beauty was a curse, that power was something to be punished, that she was something to be owned. Medusa had always been strong, but her strength wasn't something that could be seen on the outside. She was not like Athena, born from the minds of gods, nor was she like the goddesses who ruled the heavens with their beauty and wisdom. She was human, with human emotions, human desires, and human weaknesses. Her strength came from her kindness, her heart that could hold compassion for everyone, even those who didn't deserve it. But kindness, it seems, is never enough when the world around you is set on breaking you down. Poseidon came to her, not as a god, but as a predator. He saw her beauty and sought to possess it, without consent, without regard. And when the world turned its gaze upon her, blaming her for what was not her fault, she was condemned. Athena, once her protector, cast her aside. Her hair, once golden and radiant, was transformed into a nest of serpents, each one a symbol of her torment. Her beauty was no longer a gift but a curse. Her gaze, once gentle, became a weapon, a gaze that could petrify, freezing those who dared to look at her. The world took her humanity and made her into a monster, but they forgot that underneath the terror, underneath the cold, unyielding exterior, there was still a person. A person who cried, who mourned, who felt. Exiled to an island, alone with her rage and her sorrow, Medusa was forced to carry the weight of a punishment that was never hers to bear. The winds would whip through her hair, now made of living snakes, and the waves would crash on the shore, a reminder of how far she had been cast from the world she once knew. She felt the loss, deeply. It was a wound that never healed. She longed for companionship, for love that wasn't tainted by fear. But there was no one. There was only the silence of the island, the cold solitude that echoed with her heartache. But in that silence, in that isolation, something changed. Medusa's pain turned to rage, but it was not an angry outburst. It was a quiet, steady fury, a realization that the world would never define her again. She was not a victim of her fate. She was the master of her own story. She would not be pitied. She would not be silenced. The serpents in her hair, once symbols of her punishment, became her shield. They were a part of her, as much a part of her as the heart that beat fiercely within her chest. She would wield them with power, not fear. She would take the strength from her suffering and use it to define her own identity. In the stillness of that island, she began to learn the truth. Her power was not a curse. It was a weapon, and it was hers alone. She did not need the world's approval. She did not need to be loved by men or adored by gods. She would stand on her own. And when they came for her, as they always did, with their eyes full of fear and their hearts full of violence, she would not look away. She would stand firm. She would make them see her. She would make them feel what she had felt for so long, the isolation, the fear, the pain, and the rage. She would make them understand that a monster was not born, it was made. But it wasn't just about vengeance. Medusa didn't need to turn men to stone to feel powerful. No, her power lay in her ability to survive, to rise again after every blow, every curse, every rejection. She had lived through betrayal and violence, and yet she stood, unbroken. Her story, told from her perspective, is not one of cruelty, but of resilience. It is the story of a woman who was wronged, yes, but who found the strength to turn that wrong into something that could not be ignored. The gods could curse her, the mortals could fear her, but they could never take away what was hers, her soul, her will, and her unshakable belief that she could overcome anything. Medusa's voice is a testament to survival. It is the voice of every woman who has ever been told to be quiet, to be small, to shrink. It is the voice of every person who has been cast aside because they didn't fit into someone else's idea of who they should be. It is a roar, a cry of defiance, a declaration that she will not be forgotten. Her voice speaks of pain, yes, but it also speaks of power, the power to reclaim herself, to rewrite her own story, and to redefine what it means to be beautiful, to be strong, and to be a woman in a world that seeks to silence her. In her eyes, there is no longer fear. There is only truth. She will no longer apologize for who she is. Medusa's story is hers to tell, and she will tell it with every twist of her serpentine hair, with every challenge she faces, and with every stone-cold gaze she casts into the world. Her voice will echo through time, carrying with it the weight of every struggle she endured, and the strength she found to overcome it. The world has been telling her story for long enough. Now, she speaks for herself. And her voice is unstoppable. There is a story buried in the dust, forgotten by most, but whispered in the quietest corners of ancient temples and sacred halls. It is a story of devotion, of innocence lost, and of a woman who was once revered, but whose name has been erased from the scrolls of history. She was a priestess, chosen by the gods to serve their will, to hold the divine in her hands and offer it to the world. She was Medusa, once a girl who walked in light, full of dreams and purity. And it was the gods who twisted her fate into something dark, something unrecognizable. In the beginning, she was a priestess of Athena, beloved by her goddess, standing in the sacred temple with the grace of the divine flowing through her. Her life was one of piety and devotion. She was beautiful, yes, but it was her spirit that shone brightest. She was a servant of the gods, a woman set apart, untouched by the mundane world of men. Her beauty was a reflection of her inner purity, and it was for that beauty that she had been chosen, to stand as a symbol of Athena's perfection on earth. To gaze upon her was to see the divine, to feel the presence of the goddess herself. But the gods are fickle, and the world is never kind to those who possess what others desire. Medusa's beauty did not go unnoticed. It was praised, admired, and envied. Men, both mortal and divine, sought her favor, their eyes greedy with lust. The world was cruel in its adoration, for it knew nothing of the cost of such a gift. She was a sacred being, a vessel of the gods, and yet she was nothing more than an object to be desired. And it was this very desire that would lead to her undoing. One fateful day, Poseidon, the god of the seas, came to her. He saw her as others did, beautiful, radiant, a perfect image of Athena's grace. He approached her with the smooth words of a god, but it was not her beauty that moved him. It was her innocence, her purity. She was untouched by the world, untouched by love, untouched by desire. She was the one thing he could not have, and that made her all the more irresistible. The temptation was too great for him to resist. He violated her, desecrating the very temple where she had once served Athena with unwavering faith. The gods, those who had once looked upon her with favor, turned their gaze away. They did not come to her aid, did not offer comfort or justice. Athena, her goddess, the one who had promised to protect her, was silent. The world saw it as a tragedy, but there were no words of solace. Medusa, once a woman of light and reverence, was cast aside, her purity tainted. She was not the object of divine adoration anymore. She was a broken thing. Her body, her soul, nothing was sacred anymore. It was in her pain that Athena's wrath fell upon her, a wrath that would forever change her. The goddess, unable or unwilling to protect her, punished Medusa for the crime that was not hers to bear. Her long, golden hair, which had once flowed like a river of sunlight, was transformed into a writhing mass of serpents. Her beautiful face, once the image of divine grace, became grotesque and monstrous. The world would no longer see her as the priestess she had been, but as something to be feared, something to be avoided. Medusa was cast out, exiled to a faraway island where no mortal could find her. Her beauty had become a curse, her innocence a weapon that no one could understand. She was a forgotten priestess, abandoned by the gods she had once served. Her name was lost to time, erased from the temples and the prayers that once revered her. She was now a monster in the eyes of those who had never known her. Her story, once one of purity and grace, had been twisted into one of tragedy and vengeance. But Medusa, even in her exile, never forgot who she had been. She remembered the girl who had danced in the sacred halls of Athena's temple, the girl who had served with devotion, who had given her life to the gods. She remembered the way the sun had warmed her skin, the way the prayers of the faithful had surrounded her, the way her heart had once been light. She had been the goddess's chosen, the one who carried the divine light into the world. And though the world had turned its back on her, Medusa would never forget the woman she had been. The pain, the isolation, the anger, it all bubbled within her, and in that fury, she found her strength. No longer would she be a victim, a broken priestess abandoned by the gods. She was no longer the girl who had been violated, the girl who had been silenced by divine wrath. She was someone else now, someone new. The serpents that twisted through her hair became symbols of her resilience, of the strength she had drawn from the very pain that had sought to destroy her. She was not broken. She was not lost. She was still there, still the priestess, still the woman who had once walked in the light, and now she walked in the shadows with power in every step. Her name, once forgotten, would live again. Not as a priestess, not as a goddess's servant, but as a force unto herself. She would not let the gods define her, and she would not let the world decide her fate. Medusa's voice, once silenced, would echo through the ages, not as the cry of a victim, but as the roar of a woman who had been forgotten, who had been discarded, but who had found her strength in the very heart of her abandonment. She would rise from the ashes of her past, from the dust of her history, and she would remind the world who she was. The gods had cast their judgment, and the world had turned its back on her. Medusa, the once beautiful priestess of Athena, was now a monster, her fate sealed by the cruelty of those who should have protected her. She had been abandoned, her name erased from the scrolls of history, her image twisted into something monstrous. But what if, in the silence of her exile, there was a chance for something more? What if, in the depths of her pain and sorrow, there could be a moment of redemption, both for Medusa and for the world that had cast her aside? Redemption, in the world of gods and mortals, is often a distant, unreachable thing. It is reserved for heroes, those who fall and rise again, their mistakes forgiven in the face of their bravery or their sacrifice. But what if redemption was not about erasing the past? What if it was about owning it, embracing the very wounds that had once defined you and turning them into something new? What if, instead of being punished for her fate, Medusa could find catharsis, a healing, not from what had been done to her, but from what she had done with what had been given to her? In mythology, redemption is often tied to the idea of transformation. Heroes are reborn through trials, their flaws and their sins washed away by the blood of their struggles. Medusa's redemption, however, does not come through some grand act of heroism or divine intervention. It does not come through slaying monsters or winning the favor of gods. Her redemption comes from within. It comes from accepting the truth of her story, the pain, the rage, the loneliness, and finding power in it. Imagine Medusa, no longer a victim of her transformation, but a woman who has come to terms with who she is. Her serpents, once a symbol of her punishment, become something else, something powerful. Her gaze, once feared by all, no longer strikes terror. Instead, it is an invitation. She has learned to see the world not through the lens of vengeance, but with understanding. No longer will she be defined by the gods who abandoned her. She will define herself. But what does that redemption look like? In modern storytelling, redemption is often tied to the idea of self-acceptance. It is the moment when a character, broken by their past, finds the strength to move forward and reclaim their agency. Medusa's redemption would not be found in a single act of forgiveness or the acceptance of others. It would be found in the way she learns to love herself, despite everything that has been done to her. She has spent so long being the monster, the villain, the outcast. But now, in her solitude, she sees herself for who she truly is, a woman who has survived, a woman who has been broken but has refused to shatter. Her redemption is not a soft, quiet thing. It is fierce, raw, and unapologetic. It is the moment when she stops looking to the gods for validation and begins to understand that she, too, is worthy. She does not need the approval of the divine to know her worth. She does not need forgiveness from the mortals who feared her. She simply needs to see herself clearly, to embrace her flaws and her scars, and to accept that what makes her different is what makes her powerful. In a world where women are so often told to shrink, to apologize for their power, to conceal their rage, Medusa's redemption becomes an act of rebellion. She does not hide who she is. She stands tall in her monstrousness, proud of the power she holds, not in spite of her transformation, but because of it. The world may never see her as the priestess she once was, but that is no longer her concern. Her redemption lies in the freedom she finds in being herself, and shedding the expectations of others, and in creating her own narrative. In the modern world, Medusa's redemption could be seen in the way she reclaims her agency. She is no longer the passive victim of fate. She is the author of her own story. The monsters she once fought, those who sought to destroy her, those who tried to erase her, become part of her story, not her undoing. She rises from the ashes of her tragedy and becomes something new, a force to be reckoned with, a symbol of resilience and strength. She becomes a reminder that redemption is not about forgetting the past, but about using it to fuel the future. Her scars are not marks of shame. They are battle wounds from a fight that she has won. In storytelling today, this kind of redemption resonates deeply. Medusa is no longer the monster she was once painted to be. She is a woman who has been wronged, but who has refused to be defined by her suffering. She is a symbol of every person who has been cast aside, discarded, or judged for something beyond their control. Her catharsis comes not in erasing her pain, but in embracing it and turning it into something that gives her strength. In the end, Medusa's redemption is not about the forgiveness of others. It is about her ability to forgive herself. It is the moment when she understands that she has nothing to prove to anyone. She is enough, exactly as she is. Her redemption is a quiet but powerful act of self-love, a refusal to let her past define her future. And in that act, she becomes free. Not from her transformation, but through it. Medusa's story is a story of triumph, not because she defeats her enemies, but because she learns to embrace herself, broken, beautiful, monstrous, and powerful. Her redemption is not a return to the woman she was before, but a celebration of the woman she has become. In her catharsis, she finds peace, not by erasing her past, but by accepting it fully and standing strong in the face of it. She is no longer the monster. She is the heroine of her own story. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, war, and strategy, has always been revered as one of the most powerful figures in Greek mythology. She is seen as the protector of cities, the embodiment of reason, and a figure who commands respect. She stands tall, a beacon of intelligence and strength, revered by gods and mortals alike. But what if there is another side to her, a side that has been overlooked, misunderstood, or even hidden away? What if beneath the surface of the warrior goddess, there lies a more complex, even darker, truth? Athena's relationship with Medusa is one of the most tragic and confusing aspects of her mythos. Medusa was once her priestess, a woman of beauty and grace, chosen to serve the goddess. Medusa was not a warrior, nor a schemer, but a woman who embodied the purity of devotion, of service to the divine. She had been a vessel for Athena's light, a living symbol of her goddess's strength. But when Medusa was violated by Poseidon, the goddess's response was not protection, not justice, but wrath. Athena cursed Medusa, transforming her into a monster, a grotesque figure that would be feared and avoided. What drove Athena to such extreme actions? Was it the feeling of betrayal, the need to punish Medusa for something that, in reality, was no fault of Medusa's? Or was it something deeper, something rooted in Athena's own nature, her own understanding of what it meant to be powerful, to be a woman in a world governed by gods and men? At the core of Athena's being is a tension between her role as a goddess who represents wisdom, fairness, and justice, and her identity as a being who exists within a patriarchal pantheon of gods. Athena's power is one that has been earned, not given. She was born from the head of Zeus, fully grown and armored, ready to face the world on her own terms. She is often depicted as a warrior, one who does not rely on others for strength, but who asserts her own power through intellect and strategy. In many ways, Athena represents the ideal of self-sufficiency and independence, a stark contrast to the vulnerability that Medusa embodied, a vulnerability that was exploited by Poseidon and punished by Athena. The curse of Medusa can be seen as a reflection of Athena's own struggle with femininity. Athena, despite her wisdom and power, is often depicted as a goddess who is removed from the emotional complexities of being a woman. She is not a mother, not a lover, not a nurturer. She is a goddess who stands apart, observing the world with a cold, detached eye. Her role in the punishment of Medusa can be viewed as a way of asserting control over her own identity as a woman and as a goddess in a world where such identities are constantly scrutinized, challenged, and distorted by male gods and mortal men alike. Medusa, in contrast, embodies the very things that Athena rejects: vulnerability, emotion, desire, and beauty. Medusa was not a goddess, she was a mortal, a human woman whose beauty was both her blessing and her curse. She was a symbol of what Athena could never allow herself to be: helpless, exposed, a target for the passions and desires of the male gods. In Athena's eyes, Medusa's fall from grace was a reflection of what could happen when a woman became too close to the power of men. Medusa was punished not for her own actions, but for the actions of Poseidon, who saw her not as a priestess, but as an object to possess. And Athena's wrath was a way of reinforcing the distance between the goddess and the very humanity that Medusa represented. But there is another side to Athena's actions, a side that reveals her vulnerability and her fears. Athena, despite all her wisdom, could not protect Medusa from the violence of Poseidon, nor could she protect herself from the complexities of being a woman in a world where her power was always in question. Athena's curse on Medusa may not just be about revenge or punishment, it may be a reflection of her own fear of becoming too much like the very thing she sought to control. Medusa, in her fall from grace, represented a form of femininity that Athena could not embrace. In a world that demanded strength and control, Medusa's softness, her beauty, and her vulnerability were seen as weaknesses. And so, in the face of these weaknesses, Athena, the wise and powerful goddess, took action. But in doing so, Athena revealed her own fragility. She could not protect Medusa from the forces of desire and violence that Poseidon unleashed, and she could not reconcile her own identity with that of a woman who was both powerful and vulnerable. Athena's punishment of Medusa can be seen as an attempt to assert control over something she could not understand, to impose a rigid, cold standard of strength that left no room for softness, for humanity. There is a sadness in Athena's actions, a recognition that even she, with all her wisdom and power, could not escape the complexities of being a woman. She could not protect Medusa from the violence that had been done to her, nor could she protect herself from the realities of a world where women's bodies were always at the mercy of men. Athena's curse on Medusa is not just an act of vengeance, it is an expression of her own fears, her own insecurities, and her own inability to reconcile the many conflicting parts of herself. In many ways, Medusa's story is not just the story of a woman cursed by the gods. It is also the story of Athena, the goddess who feared what it meant to be both powerful and vulnerable, and who, in punishing Medusa, was trying to come to terms with her own fears. Athena's actions towards Medusa reveal a deeper complexity in her character, a character who, despite her wisdom, is not immune to the emotions and contradictions that define what it means to be human, and to be a woman. In this light, Medusa's transformation is not just a tragedy for her, but a reflection of the tragic dimensions of Athena's own character. Athena, despite all her knowledge and power, could not protect Medusa from the cruelty of the gods and the violence of men. And in punishing Medusa, Athena revealed the very fragility she sought to avoid, her inability to reconcile the aspects of herself that made her both a goddess and a woman. The other side of Athena, the side that fears the complexities of her own identity, is a reminder that even the most powerful beings are not immune to the vulnerabilities that come with being human. The gods were never meant to be simple figures of worship or reverence. They were creatures of immense power, yes, but they were also bound by their own desires, their own flaws, and their own conflicts. They were beings of contradictions, constantly struggling against their own natures. It is within this divine turmoil that the story of Medusa finds its deepest roots, tangled in a complex web of power, jealousy, rage, and unforgivable acts. Medusa's story is not just about one woman, but about the gods themselves, particularly the conflict between Athena, Poseidon, and the other forces of the divine. The story of her curse, her transformation from beautiful priestess to a monster feared by all, is not just a personal tragedy, but a representation of a much larger divine conflict, one that stretches across the heavens and alters the course of mortal lives. Poseidon, the god of the seas, is often seen as a figure of raw, untamed power. He is a god who commands the oceans, who can create storms with a thought and shape the world with his trident. He is wild, unpredictable, and uncontrollable, qualities that make him both a force of nature and a god to be reckoned with. And yet, despite his strength, Poseidon's actions towards Medusa reveal a weakness, an inability to control his desires. It is not that he seeks to harm Medusa, but that he views her as something to possess, something to claim. In his eyes, Medusa's beauty is not a blessing to be respected, but an object to be taken, a prize to be won. His assault upon her in the sacred temple is an act of dominance, a display of his power over both her and the world she inhabits. And yet, Poseidon's violation of Medusa is not an isolated act. It is the spark that sets off a chain reaction, a divine conflict that pits the gods against each other and leaves Medusa in its wake. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, has long been a protector of order, a guardian of justice. She represents the ideal of balance, of reason, and of fairness. But when she learns of Poseidon's actions, her reaction is not one of understanding or protection, but of cold, unforgiving wrath. In her eyes, Medusa has been corrupted, her purity tainted by the very gods who had once revered her. Athena's anger is not merely for the violation of her priestess, it is a reflection of a deeper conflict within her, a fear, perhaps, that Medusa's fall from grace could symbolize something greater, something more troubling. Athena has always existed in a world of logic and strategy, a world where power is controlled, measured, and deliberate. Medusa, however, represents something more chaotic, more vulnerable. She is a mortal, a woman whose beauty and innocence were exploited and destroyed. In Athena's eyes, Medusa becomes a symbol of everything that is uncontrollable in the world: desire, weakness, and emotion. It is in this tension that Athena's curse is born. Her punishment of Medusa is not simply an act of vengeance. It is an act of power, an assertion of control in a world where she cannot control everything. By transforming Medusa into a monster, Athena removes her vulnerability, her femininity, those very traits that could have caused her own fall. Athena cannot allow Medusa to exist as a woman who has been violated, as a symbol of chaos that could undermine the very ideals that Athena holds dear. She turns Medusa into something unrecognizable, a creature to be feared, and in doing so, she makes Medusa a tool of her own divine conflict, a tool to punish and control what Athena cannot. But there is another layer to the conflict, one that goes beyond the actions of Athena and Poseidon. It is a battle between two forms of power: the raw, untamed energy of Poseidon and the cold, calculated control of Athena. Poseidon's desires are uncontrollable, driven by instinct, while Athena's response is born out of her need to maintain order and justice. Yet, in her quest for balance, Athena reveals her own flaw, her inability to understand or empathize with the chaotic forces of nature. Her wrath is born out of fear, not only for what Medusa represents, but for the power she cannot tame or control. In the end, the divine conflict does not only affect Medusa, it alters the very fabric of the world. Medusa's transformation into a Gorgon is the culmination of this battle between the gods, a tragic reminder of the consequences when the divine is torn apart by its own contradictions. Poseidon's unchecked desire and Athena's cold justice clash in a way that leaves only pain and destruction in their wake. Medusa becomes the victim of a war not of her making, a war that pits one god against another, each with their own agenda, each with their own vision of what the world should be. And yet, the story of Medusa is not just one of victimhood. It is also a story of survival, of resilience. While the gods may have fought their battles in the heavens, Medusa is left to navigate the consequences on earth. Her transformation into a Gorgon is both a punishment and a weapon, one that she learns to wield in time. Her gaze, once a symbol of beauty and innocence, becomes a tool of power, a reflection of her own struggle against the forces that sought to destroy her. The conflict between the gods has turned Medusa into something more than a victim. It has turned her into a force of nature in her own right. In modern storytelling, this divine conflict can be seen as a metaphor for the struggles that exist within all of us: the desire for power, the fear of vulnerability, the tension between what is controlled and what is uncontrollable. Athena and Poseidon's conflict mirrors the internal battles we face as individuals, trying to reconcile the different parts of ourselves that seem at odds with one another. The violence inflicted upon Medusa, both by Poseidon and Athena, reflects the harm that can be done when these conflicting forces are allowed to dominate without understanding. Ultimately, the divine conflict in Medusa's story is a tragedy not just for her, but for the gods themselves. Poseidon, despite his strength, is driven by impulses he cannot control, while Athena, despite her wisdom, is unable to find compassion or understanding. Medusa is the collateral damage of this war, the embodiment of the gods' inability to reconcile their differences. Her curse is a symbol of the harm that can be caused when the divine cannot find harmony within itself, and the consequences of that conflict reverberate throughout history, changing the course of both divine and mortal lives. Medusa's legacy has evolved into something far more profound than just the myth of a woman cursed into monstrosity. For centuries, she was seen only as a monster, her gaze a weapon of fear, her name whispered in terror. Yet over time, a powerful transformation has taken place. Medusa has transcended her myth, becoming a symbol of the deeply complex, often painful, but undeniably powerful experience of womanhood. Her legacy now resonates in the heart of modern feminist discourse, where she represents a fierce reclamation of agency, strength, and autonomy. To understand Medusa's legacy in feminism, one must first reckon with the story that the myth presents. Medusa, a beautiful priestess devoted to Athena, was violently assaulted by Poseidon within Athena's sacred temple. Despite the trauma she endured, Athena, instead of offering protection or justice, punished Medusa by transforming her into a monstrous Gorgon, whose very gaze could turn others to stone. Medusa, once a symbol of beauty and innocence, became a symbol of terror and monstrosity. But in this transformation, she also became something else, a symbol of the power of survival, the reclamation of power over one's body, and ultimately, the defiance of a world that sought to silence her. Feminist thinkers have begun to read Medusa's story not as a cautionary tale of feminine helplessness, but as a reflection of the ways in which women have been historically punished for simply existing in the world, particularly for their beauty, sexuality, and vulnerability. Medusa's assault by Poseidon, followed by Athena's curse, encapsulates the ways in which women have been blamed for the actions of men. It is a profound commentary on victim blaming, the societal tendency to punish women for the violence inflicted upon them. In this sense, Medusa's story is one of transformation, but not one of degradation. Her transformation is a reclaiming of power, an assertion that despite everything she has endured, she is still a force to be reckoned with. From a feminist perspective, Medusa's curse is not just a punishment, it is also a form of agency. The very gaze that once turned her into a monster becomes her shield, her weapon. No longer passive, Medusa's gaze is now an embodiment of power, something that others fear. She becomes a symbol of the rage that is so often suppressed in women, a rage that is often punished and vilified, but that is, in fact, a rightful response to a world that harms and silences them. In this light, Medusa becomes a figure of empowerment for women who have been silenced, oppressed, or victimized. Her monstrousness is not something to fear, but something to embrace, an act of defiance, an act of survival in a world that has turned its back on her. The feminist reading of Medusa also challenges the traditional understanding of beauty. Medusa, once celebrated for her stunning beauty, is transformed into a monster, her beauty forever lost. But in the loss of beauty comes the discovery of something more powerful. Medusa's transformation speaks to the ways in which women's worth has historically been tied to their appearance. Beauty, in many ways, has been a woman's currency, something that opens doors but also holds her captive. When Medusa loses her beauty and becomes the Gorgon, she no longer lives in the confines of societal expectations. She is freed from the prison of objectification and becomes something else entirely, a creature whose worth is no longer measured by the gaze of others, but by her own power. She takes control of the very thing that had once been used to define her, reclaiming her autonomy in a world that sought to reduce her to an object. This shift in Medusa's narrative resonates deeply with contemporary feminist thought, where the focus has increasingly been on challenging the ways in which women are defined by their appearance. Medusa becomes a figure for women who refuse to be confined by the narrow definitions of beauty, femininity, and worth. She is a figure for those who seek to redefine what it means to be a woman on their own terms, not based on the expectations or standards of a patriarchal society. Medusa is no longer just a victim of divine cruelty, she is a symbol of resistance, a reflection of the ways in which women can take control of their own narratives, no matter how others may seek to define or punish them. Furthermore, Medusa's legacy in feminism is deeply tied to the concept of transformation and reinvention. Just as Medusa was transformed from a beautiful woman into a terrifying monster, women too have the power to transform themselves through their experiences, their struggles, and their growth. Medusa's story is one of survival, but it is also one of reinvention. She evolves from a victim of circumstance into a powerful figure, one whose monstrous appearance is a reflection of the inner strength she has cultivated. Feminism, at its core, is about the power of transformation, the ability of women to reclaim their bodies, their identities, and their agency, regardless of the forces that seek to limit them. The symbolism of Medusa extends beyond her transformation into a Gorgon. Her legacy in feminism speaks to the ways in which women, especially those who have been silenced, abused, or oppressed, can find power in their pain. Her story reflects the reality that women's struggles are often viewed as monstrous, that their anger, pain, and defiance are seen as dangerous. But rather than silencing them, Medusa's story encourages women to embrace those qualities, to reclaim their rage and their sorrow, and to use them as fuel for transformation. Medusa becomes a symbol of the complexity of womanhood, the interwoven experiences of victimhood, survival, anger, and power. Through Medusa, feminism finds a powerful icon for those who have been marginalized, for those whose voices have been suppressed, and for those who have been told that their worth is determined by how they fit into societal expectations. Medusa, in all her monstrousness, is a reminder that true power lies in self-definition. She is no longer the victim of gods, but a figure of strength, a testament to the power of reclaiming one's identity and the ability to rise from the ashes of one's pain. Medusa's legacy in feminism is one of resilience, reclamation, and empowerment. She is no longer just a tragic figure, cursed and broken by the gods. She is a symbol of what it means to fight back, to defy the forces that seek to crush and silence women. She is a reminder that beauty, power, and worth are not defined by others, but by the strength to define oneself. Medusa's allure is not merely a consequence of her terrifying form, it is something more profound, more elusive, that calls to us across time. Her story, one of beauty, violence, transformation, and defiance, carries a magnetic energy that transcends the myth itself. For centuries, her image has both haunted and fascinated the human imagination, a creature whose gaze turns men to stone, whose very existence makes us confront the darkest aspects of our fears, desires, and self-perceptions. There is something undeniably captivating about Medusa's power. It isn't just the sheer force of her curse, the ability to turn those who look upon her into stone. No, what draws us in is the deep sense of vulnerability beneath her monstrous surface. Medusa's transformation from a beautiful priestess to a fearsome creature is not just about her external appearance, it is about what she represents. She is a mirror to our own fears of losing control, of succumbing to forces greater than ourselves. And yet, in this very loss of control, she becomes something greater. She becomes a symbol of strength, of survival, of resilience. Medusa's allure lies in this complexity, the way her pain and power intermingle to form a figure who is as terrifying as she is tragic. The myth of Medusa has always been compelling because it taps into deep, universal emotions. We are drawn to her because she embodies the conflict between victimhood and power. Medusa is not just a monster, she is a woman who was wronged by the gods, whose beauty became both her curse and her weapon. She is a figure who represents the constant battle between vulnerability and strength, between being objectified and reclaiming control over one's own body. Medusa's allure, then, is not just about the terror she inspires, it's about the recognition that her story speaks to something far deeper within us. The conflict between the desire for agency and the weight of being victimized, between the fear of powerlessness and the need to embrace it. Her story, when viewed through the lens of human emotion, becomes an exploration of transformation, not just physical, but emotional and psychological as well. Medusa's allure lies in the fact that she is both a victim and a survivor. She is cursed, yes, but she is also empowered by that curse. It is through her suffering that she gains her strength, and it is through her monstrousness that she becomes untouchable, untamed. Medusa, in her terrifying form, represents something almost sublime, a mixture of fragility and invincibility, of beauty twisted into something darker but no less captivating. Throughout art, literature, and culture, Medusa's image has remained a constant, evolving in meaning as society's values and fears have changed. The ancient depictions of her, often as a terrifying figure with snakes for hair and a gaze that petrifies, are potent symbols of the unknown, of chaos, and of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface. Yet, over time, Medusa's allure has evolved. She is no longer just a monster, she has become a symbol of strength, of defiance, and of feminist power. Modern interpretations of Medusa focus less on her monstrous nature and more on her transformation, her victimhood, and her ability to find agency in a world that sought to break her. In this sense, Medusa's timeless allure is tied to the way she speaks to us about our own experiences. She is a reflection of the struggles many face in life, the struggles to find agency, to overcome trauma, to transform pain into power. The allure of Medusa, then, is not simply her monstrous form, but the way she embodies the resilience to overcome the worst of what life can throw at us. She is a symbol of the ways in which the human spirit can endure, adapt, and rise from the ashes, no matter the circumstances. And then there is her beauty, the beauty that has often been celebrated, though always in contradiction. Medusa's beauty is not just a superficial trait, it is part of the tragedy of her story. It is her beauty that makes her a victim, and it is also her beauty that makes her so terrifying once it is turned into a weapon. There is something haunting about her beauty, something that both attracts and repels. It is an unsettling beauty, one that makes us question how we view the human form and how we place value on appearances. Medusa's beauty, her allure, challenges the notion that beauty is a passive attribute. In her, beauty becomes an active force, something that both empowers and destroys. As Medusa's image continues to be reinterpreted by artists, writers, and filmmakers, we are reminded of her lasting power in our cultural imagination. She has become, in many ways, a canvas upon which we project our deepest fears and desires. Whether it's in the form of the classical Gorgon, or in more modern interpretations as a figure of female rage and defiance, Medusa is a character who refuses to be forgotten. She lives in the spaces between terror and fascination, between victimhood and strength, and in doing so, she remains endlessly captivating. Her allure, however, is not just a product of her physical transformation or the horror she represents. It is also about the unanswered questions she leaves in her wake. What happened to Medusa before she became a monster? What was her life like before the gods intervened? These questions, and the silence surrounding them, only add to her mystique. She remains a figure shrouded in mystery, her story incomplete. This sense of the unknown, the possibility of what her life might have been, invites us to keep looking, to keep searching for answers, even when we know we might never fully understand. Medusa's timeless allure also speaks to the universal human experience of being misunderstood. She is, in many ways, a victim of projection, a figure onto which others project their own fears, desires, and judgments. We fear what we do not understand, and in Medusa, we confront a figure who is both a victim of circumstance and a terrifying force of nature. She challenges us to question our assumptions about beauty, power, and monstrosity, and in doing so, she forces us to confront the complexity of our own humanity. Ultimately, the allure of Medusa lies in the tension she represents. She is both a figure of terror and a symbol of survival. She is both a victim and a victor. She challenges our perceptions of beauty, power, and justice, and in doing so, she holds a mirror up to our own fears, desires, and contradictions. Medusa is timeless because she embodies what it means to be human, to be misunderstood, to suffer, to transform, and to reclaim one's power in a world that would try to strip it away. Her legacy continues to captivate, not just because she is a monster, but because she is something far more complex, something that speaks to the deepest parts of our shared experience. Medusa is not just a mythological figure, she is a mirror, reflecting the deepest fears, desires, and complexities of humanity. The image of Medusa, with her snakes for hair and her gaze that turns men to stone, invokes more than just terror. She holds up a mirror to us, inviting us to examine the darkest corners of our own souls, the parts of us we are often too afraid to confront. Through her, we encounter a figure who embodies the struggle between power and vulnerability, beauty and monstrosity, innocence and corruption. She asks us to look deeper, to face the uncomfortable truths about ourselves and the world we live in. At the core of Medusa's power is her gaze. The ability to turn others into stone with a mere glance is a reflection of the way we, as humans, often react to things we fear. We turn away from what terrifies us, much like those who gaze upon Medusa are paralyzed, frozen by her power. This paralysis speaks to our instinctual desire to control that which we do not understand. Medusa's gaze forces us to confront our own reactions to fear, the way we often try to avoid or escape the things that unsettle us. In this sense, Medusa's myth is a metaphor for the ways in which humanity, rather than confronting its fears, chooses to deny or suppress them. Her ability to freeze her victims in place is symbolic of how our fears can paralyze us, preventing us from moving forward or evolving. But Medusa also reflects a more personal fear, the fear of powerlessness. She was once a beautiful, innocent woman, beloved by many, but she was violently transformed by the gods into a monster, her beauty twisted into something horrifying. Her transformation speaks to the human fear of losing control, of being transformed into something unrecognizable, something beyond our own understanding. Medusa's monstrous form becomes a symbol of this fear, the fear of being reduced to something less than human. And yet, within this transformation lies a deeper truth. Medusa's power is a reflection of her agency. She may have been cursed by the gods, but in her curse, she becomes something more than a passive victim. Medusa's ability to turn others to stone is a form of control, a reclaiming of power over the circumstances that were forced upon her. Her gaze, once an object of beauty, becomes a weapon, and through this weapon, she demonstrates a form of self-empowerment that many of us struggle to find in our own lives. Medusa's story also reflects the complexity of human desires. Her beauty, which initially earned her admiration, is eventually transformed into a curse. This twist speaks to the societal fixation on beauty, particularly feminine beauty, and the way it is often used as a means of control. Medusa's transformation challenges the notion that beauty is a source of power that can be wielded without consequence. Her story asks us to consider what happens when beauty becomes the center of one's existence, and how, when it is taken away or corrupted, it can lead to destruction. Medusa's beauty becomes a double-edged sword, something that both elevates her and condemns her. In her myth, we see the complex relationship between beauty and objectification, the way society places value on external appearance and punishes those who do not conform to its expectations. Beyond beauty, Medusa reflects the complexity of desire itself. Her myth highlights the tension between desire and power, between what is wanted and what is feared. The gods, particularly Poseidon, desire her, and yet when she is assaulted, the power dynamic shifts. Athena, who was once the protector of Medusa, punishes her instead of offering solace. In this way, Medusa's story becomes a reflection of the way desire is often entangled with violence, the way that power and submission often intertwine in the pursuit of one's desires. It is a commentary on how society often condones or overlooks the abuse of power when it comes to the desires of the powerful, while simultaneously blaming the victim for what they have been subjected to. Medusa also reflects humanity's own self-perception and the way we often turn others into monsters in order to avoid confronting our own shortcomings. The myth of Medusa is, in many ways, a commentary on how we vilify that which we do not understand. Medusa's transformation into a monster is a result of her becoming something that society cannot control or tame. She represents the aspects of ourselves that we fear, the parts that cannot be easily defined or labeled. In this sense, Medusa becomes a projection of our own internal fears, the parts of us that we would rather suppress or deny, but that always seem to resurface in some form. Medusa's complexity lies in the way she forces us to confront not just the fear of power, but the way power is used, misused, and misunderstood. Through her, we are asked to examine the ways in which power dynamics shape our relationships, our societies, and our identities. Medusa reflects the way power can be both a gift and a curse, something that can either liberate or destroy, depending on how it is wielded. She becomes a symbol of the ways in which those who hold power are often both admired and feared, loved and hated, revered and vilified. In her gaze, we see the struggle between control and surrender, between mastery and submission. As Medusa gazes back at us from the depths of her myth, she forces us to confront the contradictions within ourselves. She reflects the internal battles we face as we navigate a world that demands conformity while simultaneously punishes those who do not fit its molds. She is both a victim and a perpetrator, both a monster and a woman whose story is as complex as the world that shaped her. In her, we see our own desires for power, our fear of losing control, our struggles with identity, and our constant search for meaning. Medusa is a mirror that reflects not just the darkness within us, but the light as well. She challenges us to examine our own relationships with beauty, power, desire, and fear. Her myth speaks to the contradictions we carry inside ourselves, and in facing her, we are forced to reckon with those contradictions in a way that can be both painful and transformative. The story of Medusa, and all its tragedy and terror, is ultimately a story of human complexity, of the ways we are both victim and villain, both weak and strong, both beautiful and monstrous. Medusa's place in mythology is anything but ordinary. She occupies a unique and complex position, not only as one of the most well-known figures in Greek mythology but also as a symbol that transcends the confines of myth itself. Her story is intertwined with the gods, the heroes, and the mortals in a way that few other figures are, positioning her at the intersection of divine punishment, human suffering, and the raw power of transformation. At the heart of Medusa's myth is her transformation from a beautiful woman to a monstrous Gorgon, a story that has haunted the human imagination for millennia. Medusa's place in mythology is defined by this metamorphosis, but it is more than just a physical change. It is a metaphor for how society and the gods can take something pure and innocent and twist it into something terrifying, often with no regard for the truth of the person involved. Medusa's transformation symbolizes the way beauty and power are often misunderstood, abused, and corrupted by external forces. Her myth serves as a reflection of the darker aspects of humanity and the ways in which those who are different or perceived as other are often cast aside or punished. In the larger framework of Greek mythology, Medusa's role is one of both victim and villain. She is a victim of Poseidon's violence, of Athena's jealousy, and of a world that cannot accept her transformation. But she is also a villain, a figure who strikes fear into the hearts of all who encounter her. The paradox of Medusa's place in mythology is that she embodies both sides of this coin. She is a character who is wronged, but she is also one who exerts great power over others. In this way, her myth is not a simple story of good versus evil but a complex web of conflicting forces, where victimhood and villainy exist in a delicate balance. Medusa's transformation also places her in a unique position in relation to the other Gorgons. She is the most famous of the three sisters, but she is also the only one who is mortal. Her immortality, once stripped away by the curse, sets her apart from her sisters, who remain monstrous and eternal. This fact only adds to her tragic nature. Medusa's story is one of a once beautiful woman who was destined to become a monster, but who ultimately pays the highest price for her transformation. In contrast, her sisters, Steno and Euryale, are left untouched by the gods' vengeance, reinforcing the idea that Medusa's punishment was disproportionate, that she alone was singled out for suffering. Medusa's position in mythology becomes even more significant when viewed through the lens of her relationship with Perseus, the hero destined to slay her. Perseus, armed with gifts from the gods, such as Hermes' winged sandals and Athena's shield, becomes the one who ends Medusa's life, but in doing so, he also unleashes her power upon the world. Medusa's head, severed by Perseus, becomes a symbol of both death and life, as it is used to turn his enemies into stone. In this moment, Medusa's myth becomes something of a dual-edged sword. She is defeated, but her legacy endures in a new form, a weapon that holds immense power even in death. The intersection of Medusa's myth with Perseus's journey also highlights her place as a symbol of divine punishment and human agency. Perseus is a hero, one chosen by the gods to carry out a divine mission, but in slaying Medusa, he becomes a pawn in the gods' game. The gods' power over Medusa is absolute, yet it is through Perseus's agency that her power is ultimately channeled. This paradox of divine power and mortal action creates a space for Medusa to be remembered in a way that transcends her death. She becomes a part of the larger mythological landscape, not just as a monster to be vanquished, but as a key piece in the grander scheme of divine intervention and heroism. Beyond her role in the context of other figures in Greek mythology, Medusa also holds a more philosophical place within the stories of the gods and mortals. Her gaze, capable of turning men to stone, is a reflection of the power of the gaze itself, the way in which the act of seeing can both empower and destroy. Medusa represents the darker side of human desire, the obsession with beauty, and the consequences of objectification. In this way, she becomes a symbol of the ways in which society shapes and distorts individuals, particularly women, and how this distortion can lead to monstrous outcomes. Her story is a cautionary tale about the dangers of reducing others to mere objects of desire and how such objectification can turn love and admiration into violence and punishment. Medusa's place in mythology also touches on the themes of isolation and exile. After her transformation, she is cast away to the farthest reaches of the world, banished to live alone with her sisters on a remote island. This exile is significant because it speaks to the idea of the other, the outcast who is pushed aside by society and left to fend for herself. Medusa's exile is both a punishment and a symbol of the alienation that often accompanies the transformation from innocence to monstrosity. The gods, in their cruelty, ensure that Medusa is isolated from human society, even as her power grows. Her isolation becomes a form of resistance, a rejection of the world that shunned her, but it is also a form of tragedy, as she must exist alone in a world that no longer recognizes her humanity. As the myth of Medusa has been retold and reinterpreted over time, her place in mythology has evolved. No longer is she simply the monster to be slain. Instead, she has become a figure of power, of resistance, and of feminism. In modern retellings, Medusa is often portrayed as a symbol of strength and defiance, a woman who has been wronged by the gods and the world, but who takes control of her destiny. Her place in mythology has shifted from that of a tragic victim to that of a figure who is reclaiming her narrative, turning her curse into a source of empowerment. Medusa's place in mythology, then, is one that continues to evolve, reflecting not just the ancient world but also our own changing perceptions of power, victimhood, and transformation. She is a figure who has transcended the bounds of myth and entered into the realm of cultural memory, where she is reimagined and reinterpreted by each new generation. Medusa's place in mythology is not fixed or static. It is a space where the fears and desires of humanity are constantly being projected and re-examined. She is a myth that continues to resonate, a figure who speaks to the complex and ever-changing landscape of the human experience. Medusa's myth, with its themes of transformation, power, and punishment, is not unique to Greek mythology. Across the world, different cultures have stories that share striking similarities with Medusa's tale. These myths feature beings who, like Medusa, undergo radical transformations or are punished by deities, often as a result of an act of violence or defiance. In examining comparative mythology, we can uncover the threads that tie Medusa to other figures across various cultures, revealing a universal human fascination with beauty, power, retribution, and the consequences of transgression. In the rich tapestry of mythology, we find multiple examples of women who experience transformation into monstrous forms or face dire consequences because of their relationships with deities or their violation of sacred laws. These figures, like Medusa, are often viewed through a lens of tragedy, victims of divine wrath who are simultaneously feared and misunderstood. The similarities between Medusa and these mythological figures demonstrate that her story is part of a broader, global narrative about the fragility of beauty and the consequences of angering the gods. One such figure from Norse mythology is Hel, the ruler of the underworld. While Hel is not a monster in the same sense as Medusa, she too experiences a transformation that is tied to her divine parentage. The daughter of Loki and the giantess Angerboda, Hel was cast into the realm of the dead by Odin, who feared her potential power. Hel's appearance is often described as half-living and half-dead, a grotesque image that mirrors the division between life and death. Her place in the myth reflects a similar kind of punishment to Medusa's exile. Both figures are cast aside and made to embody an unnatural transformation as a result of divine intervention. Like Medusa, Hel is misunderstood and feared by those around her, her very presence a reminder of the consequences of divine wrath. In Hindu mythology, the goddess Kali shares elements of Medusa's story. Kali, known for her fearsome and destructive nature, is often depicted as a dark, terrifying figure with a long, protruding tongue, wild hair, and multiple arms. Her terrifying appearance and her power over life and death make her a force of nature similar to Medusa's monstrous form. Kali's appearance is often a response to the violent forces of the universe, much like Medusa's transformation, which comes after she is violated by Poseidon and punished by Athena. Kali, like Medusa, becomes a figure who embodies both destruction and creation, offering a terrifying yet empowering force that represents both the punishment of those who defy the divine and the power of feminine rage and resilience. The Slavic myth of Baba Yaga is another figure whose story parallels Medusa's in some ways. Baba Yaga is a hag-like witch who lives in a hut that stands on chicken legs, and she is both a wise woman and a terrifying monster. Like Medusa, Baba Yaga is a being who exists in a liminal space. She is neither fully human nor fully divine. Her role in Slavic mythology is complex, as she can either help or hinder the protagonist, depending on how they approach her. In some tales, she punishes those who enter her domain unwisely, while in others, she assists them. The contrast between Baba Yaga's nurturing and destructive sides mirrors Medusa's duality as both a victim and a monster. While Medusa's punishment is irreversible and constant, Baba Yaga's role in mythology is more fluid, but both figures are feared and revered for their ability to shape fate. One of the most striking parallels to Medusa can be found in the myth of Med, the Queen of Connaught in Irish mythology. Med is a figure of great power and beauty, but she is also known for her ruthlessness and her capacity for destruction. In one story, Med engages in a brutal conflict over the possession of a prized bull, and her power, beauty, and actions lead to the destruction of her kingdom. Like Medusa, Med's beauty is a source of both power and danger. Her beauty entices, but it also causes destruction and suffering for those around her. Both Medusa and Med embody the idea that feminine beauty, when placed in the wrong hands or twisted by desire, can become a force that brings calamity upon those who encounter it. The myth of Lamia, from Greek and Roman mythology, provides yet another comparison. Lamia, once a beautiful queen, was transformed into a monster after her children were killed by Hera, the queen of the gods, in a fit of jealousy. Like Medusa, Lamia is a figure who undergoes a monstrous transformation as a result of divine wrath. She becomes a creature who preys upon children, much like Medusa, whose very presence turns men to stone. Lamia's story parallels Medusa's in its themes of jealousy, divine retribution, and the corruption of beauty. Both figures are punished by the gods for actions beyond their control and are reduced to monstrous forms that reflect their suffering. The Japanese myth of Yamata no Orochi, an eight-headed dragon, shares some interesting parallels with Medusa's story, particularly in terms of transformation and the power of the gaze. In the myth, the storm god Susanoo defeats the terrifying serpent-like creature by getting it drunk and cutting off its heads. Like Medusa, the monster in this story is a fearsome and dangerous figure, and in both myths, the creatures are ultimately defeated by a hero, though in different ways. While Medusa's power is linked to her gaze, the dragon in the Japanese myth is an embodiment of destructive natural forces. The figure of the dragon, like Medusa, represents the monstrous power that is harnessed and controlled by a hero. In African folklore, the Mami Wata spirits also share a certain connection to Medusa. Mami Wata is often depicted as a beautiful woman with serpents or snakes, symbolizing both danger and sensuality. Like Medusa, Mami Wata can be both seductive and destructive, embodying the duality of femininity as both nurturing and dangerous. Mami Wata's serpentine connection aligns with Medusa's own hair of snakes, and both figures are associated with water, a mysterious and powerful force. While Mami Wata's role can range from benevolent to threatening, the duality of her nature echoes Medusa's transformation from a beautiful woman to a horrifying monster. The stories of transformation and punishment are not limited to the Greek world but resonate throughout cultures across the globe. Medusa's myth, like those of other mythological figures, speaks to universal themes of beauty, power, divine retribution, and the ways in which society and the gods shape the destinies of individuals. Whether through the terrifying gaze of a monster or the loss of beauty, these stories share a common thread: the power of transformation, the consequences of defying divine will, and the enduring struggle between humanity and the forces that seek to control or punish it. In these myths, Medusa stands as a powerful symbol of the complex relationship between humans and the divine. The similarities between her story and those of other mythological figures demonstrate that, regardless of culture, there is a shared understanding of the fragility of beauty and power, the devastating impact of divine wrath, and the transformative nature of suffering. Medusa, in her various iterations across different cultures, continues to captivate and inspire, a symbol of both the dangers and the possibilities of transformation. Medusa's myth has endured for centuries, evolving through countless retellings, each imbuing her story with new meanings and interpretations. But in today's world, where narratives are constantly shifting and social norms are being questioned, the idea of rewriting Medusa's myth takes on a unique significance. Medusa's tale, initially one of beauty turned to terror, punishment, and monstrosity, holds incredible potential for reinterpretation. To rewrite her story in a way that resonates with a modern audience means confronting age-old ideas about beauty, victimization, gender, power, and redemption, subjects that remain as relevant today as they were in the ancient world. In the original myth, Medusa is cursed by Athena, transformed from a beautiful woman into a monster with snakes for hair. Her punishment is harsh, undeserved, and final. After being raped by Poseidon in Athena's temple, Medusa is blamed and turned into a creature so terrifying that gazing upon her turns men to stone. At first glance, this myth seems like a straightforward tale of divine retribution and the consequences of defying the gods. But when viewed through a modern lens, it is clear that there is much more lurking beneath the surface. The challenge of rewriting Medusa's story today lies in exploring these underlying complexities, such as the notions of victimization, the objectification of women, and the dynamics of power, while also reflecting a contemporary desire for agency, empowerment, and transformation. To reinterpret Medusa for modern audiences, we must first acknowledge the patriarchal context of her myth. The original version places blame on Medusa for Poseidon's assault on her and punishes her for the very thing she had no control over. This fundamental injustice calls for a rewriting that shifts the narrative from one of victim blaming to one of reclaiming agency and power. In this new retelling, Medusa might be reimagined not as a passive figure who endures punishment but as someone who takes control of her fate, choosing to wield her newfound power rather than be consumed by the suffering forced upon her. The modern retelling of Medusa's myth also presents an opportunity to confront the damaging societal attitudes toward beauty and appearance. Medusa's story, after all, begins with her beauty. Her beauty is the reason Poseidon takes an interest in her, and it is the reason Athena's jealousy leads to her punishment. This obsession with her outward appearance highlights how beauty can both empower and disempower, especially for women. Rewriting the myth could explore how Medusa's beauty becomes a symbol not of her worth but of the societal expectations placed upon her. The narrative could explore the ways in which external beauty is commodified and how Medusa, by being transformed into something monstrous, rejects this superficial measure of value. Her transformation into a creature that turns men to stone could be symbolic of the way society has used women's beauty to control and objectify them. In the modern retelling, Medusa's beauty could be reclaimed as a form of strength, representing her power to disrupt the status quo and take control of her own destiny. A key challenge in rewriting the myth is to confront the role of the gods, especially Athena. In the original myth, Athena's punishment of Medusa seems harsh, rooted in jealousy and the desire to protect her own temple's sanctity. But as modern values evolve, so too does the view of divine intervention. Rewriting the myth could involve questioning the actions of Athena and reframing the goddess as a figure of complicated motives, rather than a purely righteous character. Athena, in this version, could represent the forces of patriarchy and tradition that Medusa must ultimately reject. Athena's jealousy could be seen not as an inherent flaw in Medusa but as an indictment of the social systems that demand purity and obedience from women. By rewriting Athena's role, the myth could ask larger questions about the power dynamics between women, gods, and society, and whether Medusa's punishment was truly justified or a manifestation of the deeper anxieties around femininity, autonomy, and sexuality. Another challenge in reinterpreting Medusa's story lies in how her monstrosity is framed. The original myth focuses on Medusa's physical appearance, with her monstrous form, her snake-covered hair, and petrifying gaze, symbolizing her punishment and her otherness. But in a modern retelling, this idea of monstrosity could be expanded to include more psychological and emotional dimensions. Instead of simply being a monster in appearance, Medusa could represent the emotional and psychological toll that violence, objectification, and trauma take on a person. Her transformation could become a metaphor for how society often forces women into monstrous roles when they don't conform to prescribed expectations or respond to aggression in ways that are deemed acceptable. Medusa's monstrous appearance could be an outward manifestation of the pain and rage she has internalized, a symbol of the ways in which society punishes women for their victimhood. In this modern reinterpretation, Medusa's gaze, her power to turn others to stone, could take on a deeper significance. Rather than simply being a weapon to kill, it could symbolize how society freezes women into specific roles, turning them into objects of fear or desire. Medusa's gaze could also reflect the power of self-perception. When the world sees her as a monster, she becomes one. However, in this retelling, Medusa might eventually reclaim her gaze, using it not as a tool for revenge, but as a weapon of self-empowerment. This reinterpretation could explore how, in reclaiming her own agency, Medusa has the ability to shift perceptions and control the narrative about herself. Furthermore, the question of Medusa's death is one of the most poignant elements in her story. In the original myth, Perseus slays her and uses her head as a weapon. In a modern reimagining, this moment of death could be recast not as a simple act of heroism but as a tragic and complex event. The hero's victory over Medusa could be seen as an ultimate form of silencing, a metaphor for the way women's voices have often been shut down in society, particularly when they assert their power or challenge the dominant narrative. Rewriting the myth could also involve giving Medusa a voice, allowing her to speak her pain, rage, and sorrow, and exploring the ways in which her voice, once silenced by the gods, can be resurrected through the retelling of her story. There is also the potential to reframe Medusa's death as a form of rebirth. After all, the myth ends with her head being displayed as a symbol of power. Even in death, Medusa has a lasting impact. In this new version of her story, her legacy could be one of transformation, both personal and societal. Her death, rather than being an end, could symbolize a beginning, a chance for others to learn from her experience, to challenge the forces that punished her, and to break the cycle of victimization. Rewriting Medusa's myth for a modern audience means embracing her complexity. It's about transforming her from a figure of fear into one of empowerment, a symbol of resilience rather than retribution. It means allowing her to break free from the constraints imposed on her by the gods and by society, and in doing so, giving her the chance to rewrite her own story. Medusa's transformation is not just a curse, but an opportunity to challenge societal norms, question systems of power, and reclaim her own narrative. The possibilities are endless, and in today's world, Medusa's myth is ripe for reinvention. In the heart of a modern, bustling city, Medusa is reborn, not as the mythological monster we know, but as a woman who embodies the struggle, power, and pain of all those who have ever been silenced, misunderstood, or punished for their mere existence. Gone are the snakes that once twisted from her scalp, but in their place, she carries the weight of centuries of transformation. Medusa, reincarnated into today's world, is not defined by her appearance, but by the scars of a society that still fears women's autonomy, strength, and voice. She could be an ordinary woman, perhaps an artist, a lawyer, or a teacher, living in a world that tells her she's supposed to fit neatly into a box, beautiful, submissive, docile. But the world doesn't know who she truly is. Medusa walks among us, with eyes that can pierce the facades of those who try to control her, who attempt to oppress her. She's not the same woman who was once cursed by Athena, nor is she the woman who was turned to stone by Perseus' sword. She's something entirely new, forged by time and experience, more powerful than any myth. Medusa's rebirth comes at a time when the fight for equality, justice, and recognition is reaching a crescendo. In this reimagined world, Medusa is not someone to be feared, but someone whose story has been reclaimed. As a symbol of resilience, she has transcended the monster status she once wore like a shackle. In this new life, her gaze no longer petrifies, it empowers. Medusa's eyes are windows to a world of potential, filled with the power to expose the truth, to reveal what others choose to hide. Her stare is no longer a weapon of destruction, but a force for awakening. Her transformation into this new self is not a simple one. She's not immune to the hurt, the pain, or the anger that has been buried deep within her. The echoes of her myth still haunt her, memories of the isolation, the exile, the loss. In this new world, she often feels the weight of these ghosts, the remnants of the curse that shaped her identity. But she refuses to let them define her anymore. In fact, it is through those very scars that she finds strength, reclaiming her past as something to be honored, not feared. Perhaps, in this modern world, Medusa is a woman who has been wronged, maybe in a courtroom or in the eyes of a society that refuses to accept the power of a woman's voice. She is surrounded by people who misunderstand her, who try to label her, categorize her, turn her into something monstrous when all she has done is exist. But she will not remain silent. Instead, she will speak. She will demand to be seen for who she truly is, a person who refuses to shrink. Medusa's rebirth is about breaking the chains that have kept her caged by others' expectations, and in doing so, she allows herself to evolve into something greater, something stronger. Medusa's world is not kind. It's a world where women are still held to impossible standards of beauty and perfection, where they are punished for being too loud, too opinionated, too confident. In this world, Medusa stands as a figure of defiance, challenging every structure that has ever tried to box her in. She may still face oppression, but now she's no longer the passive victim. She's the one who stands at the edge of society's expectations, unyielding. Her past is what fuels her, every moment of humiliation, every time she was blamed for something beyond her control, it becomes part of the fire that drives her forward. She will not be silent. She will no longer be frozen in time, trapped in a narrative of victimhood and fear. What if Medusa's gaze was a gift? In this reincarnation, Medusa's gaze is no longer a terrifying curse. Instead, it becomes a way for her to see beyond the masks people wear, to uncover hidden truths. She can peer into the hearts of those who try to deceive, and with a simple glance, the walls they've built crumble. But it's not just their deception she uncovers, it's her own. Medusa, in this new form, must also confront the lies she's told herself, that she was too damaged to be loved, that she could never escape the monster the world had made her. Her reincarnation isn't just about reclaiming power, it's about self-healing. Medusa's journey now becomes one of forgiveness, not for those who wronged her, but for herself. The world will always try to define her, to mold her into something familiar and safe, but Medusa knows now that she is too much to be contained. And that is where her true power lies. She could become a leader, a figurehead for those who feel invisible. A voice for the voiceless, she could become a beacon of hope for women and marginalized individuals everywhere. Medusa's story, once one of punishment and isolation, becomes one of inclusion and liberation. Perhaps she writes books, or gives speeches, or creates art that inspires others to see beyond the surface and acknowledge the complexities of identity. In this reimagined world, Medusa might be the one who leads the charge for change. Where once she had been silenced, now she holds the mic. She will not be ignored or cast aside any longer. She is more than just a myth, she is a force of nature, a woman who refuses to be erased from the story. No longer the object of fear, Medusa becomes a figure of empowerment, a symbol of what it means to rise above the trauma and reclaim your own narrative. As a modern woman, Medusa still has the ability to shock and disrupt. There are those who will try to discredit her, to label her a threat, or worse, a monster. But in this rebirth, Medusa has learned that her power doesn't lie in being understood by others, it lies in being true to herself. Her rebirth is not one of vengeance or violence, but of transformation. She is a woman who refuses to be silenced, who won't be boxed in by anyone's perceptions of her. Medusa's power is not in her physical appearance, but in her ability to choose her own destiny and live it boldly. The world may see her as dangerous, but Medusa knows the truth. She is free. Medusa's story begins in tragedy, from her divine punishment to the monstrous transformation that followed, and yet, as we reflect on her journey, we see something much greater than a mythic curse. Her tale is one that transcends time, evolving from a symbol of fear and rage to one of empowerment, resilience, and redemption. Today, Medusa's enduring power is not found in her ability to petrify, but in her ability to evoke profound reflection on our own fears, desires, and the societal structures that shape us. From the moment we encounter her myth, Medusa represents something we can't quite define. At first glance, she is a monster. Her snakes, her gaze, and the violence that surrounds her are the stuff of nightmares. Yet, beneath this surface lies a woman who was violated and punished for the sins of others, a woman whose narrative has long been misunderstood and twisted. As time passes and cultures evolve, Medusa has transformed into an enduring symbol of defiance, no longer a passive victim, but a figure that empowers those who have been oppressed, silenced, or harmed. She is a mirror to those who have been forced into boxes, categorized by society, and given labels they never chose. In today's world, where questions of justice, autonomy, and empowerment are ever present, Medusa's relevance is more profound than ever. She is the embodiment of every woman who has been told she is too much, too loud, too strong, too monstrous in a world that demands conformity. She is the face of those whose trauma is ignored, whose anger is vilified, and whose strength is feared. The myth of Medusa speaks to the ongoing struggles for equality and recognition, offering a lens through which we can examine the ways in which society has shaped our perception of beauty, power, and victimhood. Medusa's power lies not only in her transformation but in her ability to transcend it. Her journey, from victim to villain, from monster to symbol of strength, reflects the capacity for individuals to reclaim their narratives, to take control of their own stories even when society attempts to write them out. In this light, Medusa's myth is an invitation to reconsider who we label as monstrous and why. Perhaps what we perceive as monstrosity is nothing more than a rejection of the norms imposed upon us, a refusal to be neatly defined, a challenge to the status quo. Medusa's gaze, once a tool of destruction, now symbolizes the power of perception, the ability to see the world for what it is, to expose the hidden truths beneath the surface, and to break through the illusions that confine us. Her power also lies in her legacy. In a world where women continue to fight for their voices to be heard, Medusa's story serves as a reminder that the fight for justice is never easy, but it is always worthwhile. She is the embodiment of resilience, the ability to rise from the ashes of oppression and transform into something that no one can ignore. Medusa is a symbol of endurance, not simply because she has survived, but because she has refused to let the forces that sought to destroy her define who she is. Her journey is a blueprint for those who refuse to stay silent in the face of adversity, those who continue to speak out despite the forces that seek to silence them. In modern storytelling, Medusa's character has become a central figure in conversations about gender, power, and autonomy. She is no longer just the monster who must be slain, but a complex and nuanced figure who challenges the way we view heroism, villainy, and victimhood. The reinterpretation of Medusa's myth has made it clear that she is not simply a tragic figure, but a symbol of the complexities of human experience, the ways in which we are shaped by the world around us, the choices we make, and the way we reclaim our own identities in a world that seeks to control them. The significance of Medusa today also speaks to our collective struggle against systems of power that diminish or erase the voices of those deemed other. In this sense, Medusa's head, once a symbol of destruction, has become an emblem of power, resilience, and justice. The very forces that sought to suppress her, those who turned her into a symbol of fear and isolation, are the same forces that she ultimately overcomes. In a world that is slowly learning to confront the ugly truths about sexism, abuse, and systemic oppression, Medusa stands as a symbol of the potential for transformation. She is not just a figure of myth, but a modern icon who calls on us to challenge the narratives we have been taught and to embrace the complexity of human experience, especially the experiences of those who have been marginalized. Medusa's journey doesn't end with her death or her transformation into a mythic figure. Her story continues to evolve, and with it, so does the power of her symbolism. The Medusa we know today is not the same as the one in ancient myth, but that's because she, like all symbols, is constantly reshaped by the culture that invokes her. She is more than the sum of her parts, more than her snakes, her gaze, her curse. She is the manifestation of the ways in which we confront and respond to suffering, to injustice, and to the systems that seek to break us down. Medusa's power is enduring not because of her monstrosity, but because of her capacity for reinvention. She is an eternal reminder that no one, no matter how broken or misunderstood, is beyond redemption or transformation. Her gaze is no longer one of petrification, but one that calls us to see the world differently, to see the power in vulnerability, the strength in resilience, and the truth in self-empowerment. In this way, Medusa's myth is not just a relic of the past, but a living, breathing story that continues to resonate with those who choose to look beyond the surface and embrace the complexity of the world around them. As we reflect on Medusa's journey, we are reminded that power comes in many forms, not just in the physical or the visible, but in the quiet strength that resides within us all. And in this, Medusa's enduring power lies, not in what she was, but in what she continues to become.